What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy A here, and boy, oh boy, does it feel good to be back. It feels amazing to be back with everyone here today. I know that there missed some streams, obviously, because of vacation, but I hope you guys all had a lovely vacation thus far. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. But before we even begin, shout out to Bandicoot Power, who did 2 super chats of $20 apiece, totaling in $40. On to 2020, and I love this music. Bandicoot Power, thank you so much for the $40 in super chats. That is incredible. You are too kind. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you so much for the support. But without further ado, let us go into Spyro. Why is there no audio? I think I might have... Oh, I know why. I know why there's no audio. Let me fix that. Hold on. So, thank you so much, everybody, for your kind words. So today we are going to be playing Spyro on ultra wide. Oh, just didn't decide not to work. Whatever, that's fine. We're going to be playing Spyro on ultra wide on PC, 60 frames per second, max settings, without, well, hey, Soccer Nippon, that's so awesome to hear that you got, Reignited for Christmas. So, I know that I've streamed, you know, Spyro exactly 462,000 times, but I love Spyro. That's it. I love him. I love the Reignited trilogy.
Thank you for releasing
Hey,
me,
Toya's
Spyro.
World.
Free 10 dragons in the artisan world, then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
Thank you,
What
Sarah
about
Rocks.
Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, come on. The stream just started. We literally just started the stream, and Guardian of Energy comes in with $100 Streamlabs donation. Are you kidding me? Guardian, we haven't even started the stream. We barely just started the stream. Guardian, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you, Guardian. Come on, man. We just started. Whew, thank you, Guardian. Oh, thank you, Guardian Energy, for the $100 Streamlabs donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, man. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what to say, but thank you. Thank you so much, Guardian Energy. That means so much to me. Thank you. Okay. So, now just play as if nothing happened. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, everyone. Can't believe tomorrow's 2020. Back in the 90s is considered the future. Yes. So, quick thing. We're going to be playing until midnight, and for me, it's currently 7 o'clock. So, or 7:04 if you want to be technical. So that means I'm going to be streaming for about 5 hours, would it be? Yeah, 5 hours. We might see a little bit of hope later on. You know, my little baby girl, which we kept a secret. We kept a secret from everybody. We kept a secret from everybody.
Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
Keep your horns on, Spyro. You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragonfly following you is
Aw,
doing?
Guardian. A while back I said I'd try to break the
His
Canadian. I'm
name
making
is
good on that.
Sparks,
Well, you made
and
good.
he's
You
helping
definitely...
and protecting you.
You broke something.
Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
Thank you so much. How's Hope? Hope is amazing. Thank you so much. Hey, Tobias. Just sit, chill, watch, chat, and enjoy yourself. That's it. Already in... Oh, so how's the future? Okay, so, as you guys know, I don't drink pop. Every time that you guys see me stream, I'll tell you. I was having trouble with the supercharged chest and magic reps on the new controls. Yeah, for the supercharged turns, jump more. I find jumping, it helps a lot. I don't normally drink pop, but there's one pop that I drink, if I have it. And for the New Year's, I decided Dr. Pepper. We also have, which will be for later on, de-alcoholized wine, because I don't drink. So, that's just me. So, also, one thing that we also did was that, we have, this is slightly modded. So, I tried going for more of a clean experience. I played through, modded Reignited, but, natively, Spyro Reignited does not support ultra-wide. So we had to use a program called Flawless Widescreen to be able to get the rest of the sides, because as you can see, this is a very wide screen. This isn't your 16 by 9, this is 21 by 9, I believe. And we had to get a mod for that. Then unfortunately, because when we did that, it wasn't really ready. The render distance wasn't even ready on max, so we had a lot of popping. So you would see stuff in the future start the distance start popping in. So what we did,
Cool flash. Do that again.
Oh yeah, sweetener free. Oh yeah, no.
Portal in the dragon mouth.
Not diet.
You are not yet ready, Spyro. First, you must.
You're gonna drink
complete
something
one of
bad?
the other artisan lands.
How about it? Hey, Pytrox, that's awesome that you're already in 2020. Okay, so I gotta go over here. What's the console command to bring up the free camera mode that lets you explore the map? I forget. I haven't modded Spyro in a while. You need to have the console injector. I think it's free cam? I can't remember.
Spyro, press the jump button twice to glide. And
They
don't
put
be afraid.
aspartame in the regular
Afraid?
food. Really?
What?
Falling from high mountain peaks? Plummeting into
Sugar.
prehistoric glaciers?
Yep. No aspartame. It's pure terrible sugar for you. Happy New Year, everybody. There's so many people saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, for your awesome kindness. You guys are amazing. There we go. Up. So you have to get console injector. Once you get console injector running on the outside, you have outside the program. You then do, I think it's free cam, roam cam. I can't remember what it is. If you want to know, go check out Steve Blockhead. Steve Blockhead has a really good channel where he mods a bunch of stuff. I think NWDM also has some too. I'm not 100% sure. And Crystal Fissure. Those three people I know have been modding a lot more than I have. As I've been covering a lot of CTR as well. Poof. Now, as tradition, we are going to be starting. Thank you, Sarah Rocks. Thank you, John Drew. I want to take fancy screenshots. You know what? For taking for thumbnails, I do use the free roam cam, but I haven't made a Spyro video that really needed that in a while. So I do want to do more Spyro videos coming to 2020. I always want my purple boy to be always remembered, even when he's not got new content out. Lorenz Griffiths donated £5 through Super Chat. Hello, Canadian guy. Happy New Year to you, and congrats on your new baby Hope. Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you, too. So, yes, we might see Hope. It depends. It depends. We're not sure. Izzy, do you have any idea why Spyro Reignited would crash every time I go through a portal between worlds? The game runs fine until I try and transition between maps. That's weird. No, I wouldn't know that. Is it on PC or console? It'd be especially weird if it's on console. If it's PC, PCs, you know, gaming in general, and PCs have a tendency to all act differently. Which is also kind of why I do like dealing with consoles, because consoles has a lot less of those crashes usually than PC does, I find. Because with PC, if you have one program running wrong in the background, if you don't have a driver updated, if your consoles or if your setup is not powerful enough, things get goofy sometimes. Thank you,
it's
Daniel Ivy. Thank you. I'm
wasn't
happy
sure
you
if
liked the
you'd
video.
escape those annoying little creatures. Of course, they wouldn't bother me, but here's a hint. Their metal
PC every time.
armor
Yeah, PC is very good, though.
But a charge attack will take care of them.
Every time I try to swap between maps. No, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Uh-oh. Is it for the girl of the hour?
Yeah. Got you some water.
Gentlemen, this is hope. Hey, Dark Paladin, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. CG, I'll be here during 2022. More dark. Aw, thank you.
I don't mind more dark.
I don't mind. This is hope. Say hi.
Yes, Baby 22.
Yeah, this is the nickname of Baby 22.
Potato and cheese.
Potato and cheese. Many nicknames for this little baby hope, but we kept the gender secret.
Yes, we did.
Hi, my
She's
sweetie.
so grumpy. She's so sleepy.
Yeah, she's sleepy. She's grumpy. This is hope. Oh, Justin TVD, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. I appreciate that. Oh, you going to sleep, my darling? My turtle dove?
Calling her that and he didn't get that,
Yeah. Oh, do you hear her? Did you guys hear her? She's little squeaks. Here's the $1 for hope. Aw, thank you. Baby Yoda. Oh, she went to sleep. She went to sleep in my arms. Okay, don't cry. All right.
later so he can say goodnight to you.
Yeah, David.
David, my crazy child. Baby Yoda, aka the child.
Got her? I know you got her.
I got it. Going to go and possibly maybe back to count on the stream with you.
Okay.
And drink our non-alcoholic wine.
Yes. Thank you. All right, ready?
Yes.
How's your little lad with baby? Says he's very good, actually. He at first was a little jealous, but as time. Trev Pro just donated $81 through Streamlabs, bro. And then he goes, "Look at the top donor. The year is coming. Happy New Year, CG. Hoping everyone. Top donor Trev Pro donated $2,020 in all of the lifetime." The timing. Trev, bro, dude, you've donated so much to this channel. In fact, we can keep track of it right there. At least through Streamlabs. Thank you so much. I don't have the other donor set up right now on the ultra wide. But thank you, Trev. Thank you so much for the $81 Streamlabs donation. To total in your total to 2020. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Trev is the real MVP. Yes, he is. What do you think? When do I think the new Crash game will come out? I still think it'll come out in 2020, but if it doesn't, then I don't know.
Spyro, want to know a secret?
Aww.
Use the action button when you want to zoom in and look
Hey,
around.
Steve, yes, I'm still going to do mods of the month.
With me.
I'll probably do it in January, and then people are gonna be like, "What about the other months?" I'm gonna be like, "I don't know, shut up." No, I'm kidding. No, it's been really stressful with new baby coming along, news dropping left, right, and center. A lot of this stuff takes a while to get done. Like the video I released today, you know, I released it like 6 hours late, 6.5 hours late, because normally I upload my content at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every morning. But that video that I worked on today took a lot out of me, and there were still things I wanted to fix on it, but I needed to get it out today. There's a few transitions that I missed and I'm mad about. Thank you, Jess Woodson. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's a really sweet, sweet comment. Thank you. Oof, ow. There we go. So I am still going to do mods of the month, but I'll do it in December, or I guess now January, when things start to settle down. Now that Little Hope is born, things are actually a little bit easier because the problem was that my wife couldn't get around. She couldn't, you know, do a lot of the housework. She couldn't do a lot of stuff while I was working. So basically what I would do is that I would have to either end my days, not end my days early, but I would work late into the night, and then after I finished working, I would go and I would, you know, tidy up the house, try to, you know, do my best, do the best that I could, and then go to bed, and I did that for a while, and so I just, and then Christmas shopping on top of that, it's been nuts. So mods of the month had to be put on pause, but should resume in January. Hopefully, also, I noticed a lot of people are getting burnt out from modding Spyro, so I'm hoping that maybe that'll revitalize it a little bit. Just a little, not much. I don't want to be like, I'm the reason why the mods are back. No, I don't want anyone to say that or think that I'm thinking that. Because you'd be shocked of what some people say in the comment sections of some videos and such. Hey, Kit Kat Cass, how's it going? Happy New Year to you as well.
Big enemies like this Nork with the club cannot be charged.
When's Crash Twin Sanity stream? So hopefully in the new year. Today's Wednesday? Wednesday? No, Tuesday going into Wednesday. New Year's Day. So we might be doing Twin Sanity on Thursday. Depends. Well, hello there, my monkey. So you saw baby number 2, and we got baby number 1!
Look how big he is!
Look how chunky he is!
Spyro?
Is it Spyro? He's just smiling. Yes. Spyro, yeah. Chunky monkey!
Chunky monkey's going to bed, so say goodnight.
Good night, David.
Good night. Say bye-bye, everybody.
Say bye-bye. Congrats on the 49K. Thank you so much, Justin T. Medina. Yes, today we hit 49,000 subscribers. 49,000. Whoop, 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 whoop. Can you say whoop, whoop? No, you want the controller. Of course you do. Well, let's see what happens when you hold it for a second. Immediately. You playing Spyro? Oh.
Sweet.
One day, buddy. One day, buddy. Oh, but the freakout's gonna be a 3, 2, 1. Good night, David.
Bye, Daddy.
Bye-bye. Oh. Oh no. Hey, Magic Nipples, how's it going, my dude? Poor little man. I know he wanted to keep playing, but... Hey! Thank you so much, Sam, for subscribing again! For 6 months over on Twitch, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm surprised. I just played through Dark Hollow. What am I doing? You can tell I'm, you know... playing with the Reignited track. So I like the Reignited tracks. That's it. It's just, I very much enjoy the Reignited tracks. I know a lot of people are like, that's sacrilegious! But, I don't know. I very much Hey CJ, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much, Justin Money and Kit Kat Kaz, for following over on Twitch. I appreciate that. So, yeah, you can still hear David. He's really upset that he's not playing Spyro. Thank you, Galaxy Pupper. Thank you so much. But I like it. Oh, thank you, Orange Lady. I appreciate that. So I very much enjoyed the Reignited tracks. There's a few tracks that I do prefer the old. Specifically one that's one that I very much enjoy a lot better than the original is Twilight Harbor. The original Twilight Harbor is just mint. But most of the tracks that I hear, I either find either equivalent or a little better than the original. Most. There are a few that I'm like, no, original's better. But like, I really like Stone Hills. I really like Stone Hills music. Or Stone Hills. Hey, BL Rain Wizard. I still think the Spyro 1 soundtrack is the best soundtrack. Yeah, some dip frames there, a little bit.
When you free a dragon or step on one of their platforms, you're saving your progress. That could be useful if you run into trouble. Not that you ever run into trouble, Spyro.
Alright. Now, last year I had a timer, but I don't really have a way to really have a timer this year. Maybe when like the last hour will set the timer or something. Winter Wing donated $10 to Super Chat. No comment, but I feel the love. Thank you so much, Winter Wing. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much. Wow, that was a delayed alert. Thanks there, Streamlabs. It's like, oh, you said something, alert. Yeah, hey, Coco Bandicoot Fun donated 100 bits through Twitch. Congratulations to your new baby girl. I love the name. She's so cute. She really is adorable. I can't wait until she's like David's age, because it's going to be stupid cute. Stupid cute. It's going to be ridiculous. Go over here. Then open this up. I'm annoyed that they haven't released a single patch yet. Yeah, that can be frustrating. I don't know why, but I believe that's handled through Iron Galaxy, though, I think.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro. His color indicates his power. When he eats butterflies, he stays strong, like me.
I miss you, see. I miss you too, kid. I missed everybody. I missed everybody. It's been a bit. Been a little bit since I streamed. You know, about a week. Week and change? Can't remember. But it's been a little bit, and I'm happy to be back. I'm very happy to be back. I love being able to stream with you guys. How do you open metal chest? If it requires a key, you need a key. If it doesn't require a key, you just ram it. Horn dive! Poof! Boink, 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 boink. Like so. Boosh! Boosh! You see, I love... The thing is that, like... Yeah, I do agree with that, is that when people say that, you know, because music is purely, unless it's like a botchery, CG speedrun of Spyro 1. I don't know, I have a hard time Thank you, Spyro the Dragon. By the way, CG, congrats on 49K. Thank you so much. We hit 49,000 either late last night, late yesterday, or early this morning.
Pressing the action button to drop down mid-flight.
I did notice it early this morning when I woke up, though. Whee! Yeah, unless it's like a purposeful botch, or it's like, wow, this is really bad. Most music is really subjective. But if you can, why is she called Baby 22? So, it's a joke that Dark Paladin had started, where I'm gonna have 22 babies, and it just turned out to be that Hope was Baby 22, apparently. That's okay, Sakura. Don't worry about that. Vala, thank you so much for following me over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Wait, is that... Sorry. Valley LP? The Lil P? Sorry. Hey, Winterwing donated $5 more for Super Chat. Congrats on your subs. The game looks amazing in 60 frames per second. Happy New Year. This is what I was trying to do with the $10. Aw, I'm sorry that you couldn't get across the first time. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Is it streaming in 60 frames, though? I hope it is. Hold on. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Because I was a little bit nervous that it wasn't. I was just like, huh. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. You see, I don't like speedrunning Spyro because Spyro is my Zen game. You see, CTR, I get competitive and, you know, I'm trying to win and I'm trying to, you know, beat people. But, and then, you know, single player games like, you know, sorry, Jedi Fallen Order. You know, it's... I like it and it's intense, but Spyro is just... chill. Spyro is my Zen. And... still... Caper Trop, how's it going?
After you've freed all the dragons, pass through this fancy vortex thingamajigger. It'll take
now I
you
want to
back
play
to
Spyro.
the
I know.
artisan home. But first, let me tell you a story.
Hey! Matthias H donated $5 through Streamlabs. Been a fan since before Reignited came up. Congratulations on Hope. She's awesome. Happy New Year. Matthias, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. So you're a longtime fan, eh? Well, thank you so much for the $5 Streamlabs donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, I bet my first GP. Yay! Oh. Okay. Have a good night. Good night. So, you know, I always look back to when I first started YouTubing. And, you know, it's funny because I remember my upload schedule back then, and it was once per week. Because I was also working full time at the animation studio, so I always try to make sure I was okay. Once per week. And aw, thank you, Mallory. Yeah, I'm so happy. That's okay, Liam. Nice, Capertrope, congrats! So, I remember where I would upload only once per week. Once per week, because that's all the time I could afford. And then I remember when I went full time and I was uploading 2-3 times a week, and then I started to... And now we're coming up to like 4 to 6 uploads per week.
Spyro. Begin exploring by gliding
And
to
with a
that
podcast.
area with the bulls. Use the right stick to get a good look.
Oh, that's really cool, Sakura. Yeah, no, it's really nice to be able to meet fans who even were here before Reignited, and that's something that's crazy. The thing is with Spyro, especially Spyro 1 Reignited, Spyro 1 Reignited, I absolutely adore. Like, literally, I think about Spyro, and immediately I'm like, Now, if I recently just played through Spyro, I'm like, oh, that's cool. But
thanks, Spyro.
When
I have the worst itch on the tip of my wing.
What was I gonna say?
Did you know that you get
But
your
when it's been a few
longest
months since
stride by
I've
pressing the jump button
when it's
at
been
the very
a
top
few
of your
months
jump?
since I played Spyro, oh man, I get this itch to play it. It's like I need to play Spyro, and I've had it now for about a month, and I've been waiting and avoiding it because I had CTR to cover, and I love CTR, and I even play CTR on my off times, you know, because I actually, you know, unlike what some people say, I do enjoy the game very much, even off stream. But I gotcha. I wanted to play Spyro for a little bit now, and here we are playing Spyro and just chilling. No, I remember the skill point as I was breathing the fire. I was like, oh yeah, skill point. I gotta headbutt all the bulls. Oh well, it's fine. It's just a casual stream anyway. Chico, that's awesome to hear that you're gonna be trying it for the first time. It's an absolute blast.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. You can always check your progress.
The first
by
time I saw
accessing
him,
the guidebook through the pause menu.
I thought he was drunk. Just turns out he's old. Awesome, Operation Gamer. That's awesome to hear. All right. Skadoosh, skadoosh. These. I almost just hopped in.
Spyro, did you see a man dressed in blue running around here? He's a thief, and he's
That's nice of you to do,
dragon
Coco
egg.
Bandicoot.
You've
Fine.
got to track
By the way,
him
how
down
is the
and
audio
get
balance
that
between the
egg.
game and me?
Run!
Is there one that you can't hear too much,
I'm getting a little
or are you
weak.
hearing too much of one? Off we go. That's awesome, Fire Red. I'm happy to hear. Are you gonna do a 50K special in form of a video or a live stream? So usually I do that in the form of a live stream, but we might do it in a video as well. We'll have to see. Good, it's good. Audio's good so far. Turn up the game a little. Okay, I can turn the game up just a little bit. There we go, just a tiny smidge. Let's do Sunny Flight. Hey, Winter Wing just became a member on the channel. Thank you so much, Winter Wing. If you become a member on the channel, you
I feel fired up, Bob.
You feel fired up, first of all. Second of all, you also get lost and want to have to redo this. You get access to emojis, you get your name to become green, you get a little maple leaf beside your name, and you support the channel. And you also get your name at the end of credits of every single one of my videos, which I will be updating sometime this week. That's terrible. There we go. Not normally the path I take, but that's okay. Taking a little bit of a detour. Whee! Alright, that. You. Venomous123 donated $5 through stream a super chat. What's your prediction on next Grand Prix and characters? Also, Happy New Year means new content, and I can't wait to see what the channel has in store. Well, I got nothing in store. No, I'm kidding. No, we got a lot of ideas in store. Thank you so much. So for the next Grand Prix, at the moment, it seems like there's only one character. I'm not 100% certain of that. Might be two. I got a feeling it's because they're... I got a feeling that, you know, Beanox might be taking like a teensy tiny little bit of a break, so maybe the Grand Prix will be a little bit less because of that. What was I gonna say now? Hey, I would like to give him a member and for some because you, like I said, you deserve all the support. Thank you so much, Sakura. I really appreciate that. What was my train of thought? Oh yeah, so... But I would really like to see them start introducing, like, original characters as well. I think that that would be a really good idea. But, honestly, there's an idea that someone pitched. I'm trying to remember the username. They comment quite frequently on my videos. I can't remember the name right now. But, I would like to see a kitchen sink with eyeballs attached to it. Now, the reason why I say that is because Beanox has literally thrown everything in the kitchen sink. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink to literally get, you know, every character possible into the game. So why don't you throw in a kitchen sink? Throw in a kitchen sink with googly eyeballs to have physics that where if you get hit they go spinning or something like that. Just have some fun with it because, man, at this rate they are literally just putting everything in. So why don't we put in a kitchen sink as well, right? I mean, more. I thought I had more content is just more content, right? So. Mick Short donated $1 through Streamlabs. Hello, Canadian guy. Remember that leak featuring Laura, Sonic, and Ty? Well, it's time that I confess that I'm the one responsible for it. I work with Magaska and made a fake leak. I apologize and hope you don't hate me. No, I knew it was fake immediately, dude. I mean, if that was you, alright, cool, I guess. I was able to immediately see that it was fake, so I mean, you know, it is what it is. You know, if that's your thing, that's your thing. Bathtub cart with monster truck tires. No, not monster truck. Monster duck tires. Rubber ducky tires. Or better yet, no, it could be like a hover cart. It could be a hover cart with... It could be a hover cart with like bubbles coming out from the bottom of it. And you're like, that would be great. Either rubber duck tires, rubber ducky.
Nasty Nork has put one of his most devious henchmen in charge of the artisan world.
Bring him on! I think I smell a barbecue.
Be careful, Spyro. Toasty has many tricks up his sleeve.
No, you know, I want Untitled Goose in Super Smash Brothers, please. Like if you thought Piranha Plant was left field. Untitled Goose. Poof, poof, and away we go. Let's go. I don't even play Smash, but it needs to happen, please. Could you imagine like the trailer for it too? Like they're fighting on a stage, and there's a bush, and all of a sudden they're fighting. You know, they go to him with the final smash, and here, and they look around, and like the bush shakes. They shrug. They go back to fighting. Out of the bush pops out the goose.
You may try. Are you ready to go?
I can imagine the announcer, Untitled Goose, or just Goose. Goose. Untitled Beaker. Me, 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 me.
Welcome to Peacekeepers. Look how our treasure has been stolen and turned against us. Please, recover our treasure, Spyro.
Collect treasure. Got it.
Got it. Or like, boom, and boom. There's so many ideas for Kit. Like his Kit could be like around stealing things. Like, could you imagine one of his grapple, if you use it on someone holding an item, it rips the item out of their hands and he can use it? Over here, grab that. Yeah, that's right. Both. Kill point? There it is. Boom, boom, and boom. I think it would be really cool if they had another Spyro Grand Prix and if they introduced like another dragon, like Nestor. That'd be great.
Hey, Spyro. Sparks the Dragonfly has been doing a good job protecting you. Make sure to keep him strong by feeding him lots of butterflies.
Just checking something quick. Okay. Excuse me? Excuse me? No. Get out of here. Get out of that baloney. Get out of here with the bull on ya. That's not what I wanted to shoot. Thank you. Might as well. Oof. Turn the cannon! Ooh. Weird that I'm burping because I don't drink pop, so weird to feel me doing the burp. If they that would be interesting if in another Spyro Grand Prix they introduced Cinder. That would be interesting, actually, now I think about it. I would like to see Beanox's take on a Cinder. I don't know if they would do that, though. It depends. If the next game somehow, or if Cinder somehow has a future in the Spyro franchise, maybe? I don't know. It would depend if, you know, they actually plan to use Cinder and not just as a throwaway character because reasons. You know if we still can get... Yes, you can.
Well done, Spyro.
You can buy him in the
Keep
pit
up
stop
the
if
good
he
work,
pops
and I
up.
know you'll fulfill your destiny.
Destiny? I just want
You
to
wanna kick some?
Just toast those enemies and collect the treasure.
Okay. Now we gotta go bust open the treasure, and then... There we go. An underwater boss fight would be interesting for Spyro. In fact, there's more underwater mechanics in general for Spyro would be pretty cool. I think that would be pretty cool. Like maybe Spyro has like a boost ability to, you know, you guys charge when he's swimming through water, but maybe he gets like some charge up ability where he like basically riles up and then just explodes and fires through water. That'd be kind of interesting. I feel like Spyro has so much more to expand on, and I think it's fairly easy to be able to make a new Spyro game while still it feeling like a Spyro game. Venomous123 donated $5 through Super Chat. If there's a Sly game coming, I think Sony's currently keeping a secret like Sly 4. There must have been a movie game plan if Ratchet got it. That's possible, Venomous. I never considered that. Thank you so much for the $5 Super Chat. So, I never considered that there would be a game that would release along with the movie, but it got turned into a TV show, so I don't know how that would work. But that gives me an idea for a video. It's entirely possible, Venomous. Thank you so much for the $5 Super Chat. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Hold on a second. Let me just quickly write that down. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities with that. What is your game that you like the most? Okay, so that's a problem for me to answer this one because I love gaming. And I can't just choose one. I can't. I know people have said you gotta only choose one, you only gotta choose one. And I can't. I can't only choose one because I love gaming. Really, I do. I love gaming in general. So, for me, you know, Spyro is one for me. But I can narrow the list down to a few. One of the best games ever to have come out that came out in this generation was God of War. God of War 4. God of War 4 was truly a revolution. God of War 4, to me, at least, in terms of story writing, in terms of technology, in terms of combat, in terms of all these different things, God of War 4 was really good. Hey, Magic Nipples. Welcome for hanging out in the chat, man. How's it going? Boink. 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 No, I didn't boink it. I guess I... Let's see what happens if it hits that. Oh, yeah!
What? Huh? Oh.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro.
Spyro, God of War. Of course, Crash. Trying to think. Yes, Sakura, entirely Goose Game is 100% worth it on Switch. 100%. It runs actually really nicely too. Like, I'm shocked as to how nice it runs. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Sly Cooper is one of those games where usually people either they don't know or if they play it, they're like, "Oh my god, I love Sly Cooper." I'm one of those people that I love Sly Cooper.
I've been hearing so much about. Ever since you were a wee puff of smoke, we've known.
You've known.
I forget.
One of the best comments that somebody said when Hope was born was, "Thank you for releasing me." I'm like, I love it. I love it. I would love a little onesie with a little crystal dragon saying thank you for releasing me. Have I ever played the original Mass Effect games? Have I ever? Yes, that's another really good game franchise. So like, I have like favorite games in certain like categories. My favorite like one of my favorite action adventure games, story driven, is God of War and Horizon Zero Dawn. Loved both of those games, both fantastic. First person shooters, my still love Halo Reach to be specific. For third person stuff, to tie up between Dragon Age and Mass Effect, both fantastic franchises by BioWare. It's a shame that Andromeda turned out the way it did. Don't die. I remember, hey, Twin Peaks 345 channel donating $5 to Super Chat. Don't know if I'll be up till midnight because I'm currently sick, so I'll say now. Happy New Year, CG. Thanks for your awesome content. Aw, Twin Peaks. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for the support. And thank you so much for the Super Chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Worst games of the decade. Andromeda is one of them. That was just a vast disappointment. Especially like a Fall from Grace. There's a few stinkers out there. There's a few games that came out that was like yikes with a capital Y. I'm trying to think. Oof. But yeah, no, there's a few games that are definitely like, wow. Also, random thing too. A game that I think got a lot of, like, dumped on in terms of reviews, which I was like, alright, and I tried it, and I still thoroughly enjoyed it, was Days Gone. I thoroughly enjoyed Days Gone.
Dry Canyon rewards good gliders.
My favorite JRPG is Final Fantasy VII, considered a JRPG.
Spyro.
I was born to glide.
Oh, I got a story for you guys. Oh man, do I got a story for you guys regarding YouTube. Man, oh man, John Calder's comment just reminded me. Oh boy. So, recently, I had a stream. On December 23rd, that was my last stream
Incredible
before I went
grind,
offline.
Spyro.
By the way,
Thought
I
I'd
got
be
a
stuck here forever with
smartwatch
those
for
ugly vultures
Christmas.
standing on my head. Those birds might look tough, but they're pretty tasty.
Get ready.
Broiled with
Get ready, because
pinch of
this
salt.
is mwah, mwah. It's so good. It's so amazing. It's so aggravating. So, on December 23rd, I had a live stream. Now, on that live stream, and I will openly share with you guys, I was blessed by you guys to receive $320 before YouTube's cut through Super Chat. Which, again, thank you guys so much. That is incredible. That still blows my mind. Thank you everyone so much for the support. So, I received that much through Super Chat. And then it takes about 2 to 3 days for it to pop up on my Google Analytics, so that, or my analytics chat in general, so that I could see how much they took and then kind of calculate for business expenses and stuff. Well, 2-3 days passed and they didn't show up. And then my revenue came in for that day. And it says, you made $40. And I'm like, no? No? No, I understand it's by views, how much I made that day, 40 bucks in views, but the December 23rd, no. So I contact YouTube. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they said, oh, don't worry, there's a little bit of an issue right now. Don't worry about it. You'll get it soon. I was like, all right, fine. I'll wait. They said, if you don't see anything by Friday, contact us again. So I was like, okay. So Friday rolls around, nothing. So I'm like, I'm gonna give them an extra day just in case it's the holidays. I go until Monday. Nothing. Diddly squat. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? So I contact YouTube again. And I get approached by someone named Mara, M-A-R-A, Mara or whatever. And they say, hey, what's up? And I'm like, hey, there's $320 missing. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's also the fact of, like, where did the money go? Because I have, it tells me on my community, it tells me, like, all my super chats, and I'll sometimes go back and read them. And they're there, and YouTube took the money out of their credit cards, and it's not my account. I'm like, okay, either refund everybody their $320, or give it to its intended purpose, which was to me. Why is YouTube banking the $320? So I let them know, hey, I been waiting. And then they say, okay, well, let me check for you. And then, you know what they say? They check my analytics and say, hey, it seems you didn't make any revenue on the 23rd. And I'm like, yes, I know I didn't make it. I know that. That's the issue. They're like, well, do you have evidence? I'm like, yeah, I got the original live stream, which is still up. I'm like, yeah, you can check. Here's the timestamps and some of the donations that came through Super Chat. And not just that, here is also a screenshot of, there's also a screenshot of all the Super Chats that I got. And they're like, well, they said, well, you have to send us, because it's just through a chat through YouTube. And I'm like, okay, I got images to prove that I got these donations. Can I show them to you? They said, oh, yes, that would help a lot. I'm like, great. I said, how can I get them to you? And they said, through email. I said, all right, send me your email. They said, no, it doesn't work like that. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't work like that? They're like, no. We have to end the chat, and then I'm going to email you. And then after I email you, you have to send the screenshots. And I'm like, okay, when are you going to email me? And I said, as soon as this chat's over. I'm like, all right, sure. So I gave them 2 email addresses. 2! I'm like, okay, send an email to both of these so that, I can, just in case if one doesn't go through, it'll come through the other. A double check. I said, so when are you going to be emailing me? As soon as this chat is over. So I'm like, okay. So I end the chat. Waited 10 minutes, no email. Through either
How's a dragon supposed to flame metal armor?
So I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do?
Remember,
I
Spyro,
am going to record the video that you guys saw, that you guys have saw today, which took me a while. It was like a half hour of recording. And I said, and after that, if I don't hear anything, I'm gonna contact them again. So of course, lo and behold, guess what happened? Nothing. That's the point. Nothing happened. You can do it. Like, come on. So of course, nothing happened. Because of course, right? There we go. So I finished recording and no email. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna contact them again. So I get in contact again to another nice lady. I can't remember, Leslie. So now we have Mara and Leslie. So I tell Leslie my issue and the fact that, hey, I didn't get an email. Not to mention, what I did was I uploaded the images onto my Google Drive, my Google Photos, and I created a link for them to be able to access it. So I uploaded, and I even uploaded the chat that we had with Mara to make sure that everything was kosher. So she comes on, hey, how are you doing? I'm like, fine, thanks. There's $320 missing. I'm not playing around anymore. I'm not goofing around. I'm not playing around anymore. This is stupid. I said, it's okay though. I know I just contacted you, but they didn't get back in contact with me. So because they didn't get in back contact with me, I'm contacting you. I have the evidence. Here it is. Now, can you tell me what's wrong? Oh, I can't do that. And now, by this point, my eye is like twitching. And I'm like, you mean you can't do that? They said, oh, well, someone else is already helping with your case, so you have to wait for them. I'm like, they said they were going to email me, and they haven't. Oh, well, you know, things are slow. I'm like, what do you mean things are slow? I'm about to blow up. And I'm like, well, they know your information already, so it would be confusing if I took your information next. I'm like, you know the same amount of info she does! There's $320 missing! Find it! There's not much info to know! This isn't some bloody Black Ops case with blackout file folders with all the information scratched out. They have to figure out where it's from. It's $320 missing! Hey. Find it! That's all the info you need to know!
Find out.
So, I was so mad! I was so mad! And so I told her over and over again, she's not getting back to me. Oh, well, she said she just sent another email. Guess what? There wasn't. There was no other email. There's no other email. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I am going to blow up. Like, are you serious? There's no other email. We sent another email. Yeah, my inbox says otherwise. So, I'm like, there is no email. They said, well, maybe you can give us another email. I'm like, I gave you 2! They both work! It's not me that's defective, it's you! Why do I have to go and make a 3rd email address for you? Because you don't know how to send emails to people! So they said, well, I can't help you. So I just sent an extra email to Mara. She'll help soon. So I'm like, if I don't hear back by tomorrow, I am going to blow my top. So, 3 hours later, I get an email. And they're like, hey, are you gonna send me those photos? And I'm like, well, would you look at that? There it is! 3 hours late, great! If I was having a heart attack, I would be dead and in the casket by now. Woo! So anyway, I was just like, I am just... So I send them the screenshots. And I'm like, there, is that enough evidence for you? Is that enough proof? Here's the live stream too, with the timestamps of these donations coming in. Losing my nuts here. Then, the next day, I get an email. And I just didn't know whether to laugh or to just cry or to just, you know, wet myself. She responded with, "You ready for this? Ready for this?" I was just like about to lose my mind. Oh, it turns out this is a known issue within YouTube right now. You'll see it in a few days. If this was a known issue, why didn't you tell me the first time I emailed you? Why? If this was a known issue, if this was a known clinical error within your system on the 23rd of December, why did you have me go through all these hoops and ladders like a big dum-dum and then for me to tell you afterwards, oh, it's a known issue. It's a known issue. Well, apparently you didn't know! So at the moment, it's to be continued. Oh, I was so mad. I was so angry. If this was a known issue, why didn't you tell me that this is a known issue? Why? I understand glitches in the system, I get it. Computer's error and you have all this mass data coming in, I get it. Why didn't you tell me? Instead of saying, oh gee, I don't know, something. Thank you, Dark Paladin, for the $2 super chat. I think Mara needs to date Fat Pika. It's a P date. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Oh. I was so mad. So, I am going to contact them again next week, if it's not fixed by then. Oh, I was so mad. So, $320 still pending. Oh.
Word of caution, little one.
Take compensation for the stress. Maybe YouTube will take compensation for my stress for me.
Those large enemies.
B Springtrap donated $10 through Super Chat. Hey, congrats on your second child, CG. Also, the fact that you can't even get informed from YouTube is downright despicable. Also, I think we should all donate when it hits midnight to make it more fun. You don't have to do that, but thank you so much, Speedy Springtrap, for the $10 Super Chat and the constant support. And yes, my little baby Hope, she's my precious little bean, and I love her. I call her my turtle dove. She was born on Christmas. I forgot that you can't charge them for some reason. I played this game only 400 times and my brain just went kaput. Stadia is a walking, talking trash heap. Like, there's nothing that Stadia introduces that's actually, like, good. oh, it doesn't take up space for your, you know, like a regular game console. Yeah, consoles don't take up that much space either, dude. So it's not worth dealing with the internet. And not to mention the Google Chromecast literally starting to melt. Like, seriously.
Thank you for releasing me.
The vines! The vines! I know. Kingdom Hearts 1 was a little rough around the edges. Kingdom Hearts 2, though, boy caliente. Very much enjoyed Kingdom Hearts 2. Still my favorite one. Still enjoyed over 3. Though I enjoy 3 more than 1. Ow! No, Stadia, I swear, is a scam because, like I said, one of the big deal things that they should come forward and say is hey, if you go through Stadia, you get the games at a discounted price initially. Like, you know how games are normally $59.99? Well, maybe you pay $10 a month, and then all the games are $45 instead of $59.99. So they'll be $44.99 because you don't own the game.
Spyro. Some big Norks up ahead are wearing armor, and in the ice cave, armor can make their feet very slippery.
Do you know what I mean? So that's an issue. So that Stadia could be like, okay, I don't own the game, but I got it for cheaper, right? And it's just like, okay, now there's a benefit to it. It's like, hey, I can enjoy new games at a cheaper price if I just pay $10 per month. So if I buy more than 2 brand new games ever per month, or put on a bunch of free games on there that normally would cost money, like, oh, this you know, Untitled Goose Game for free. You know, a bunch of these older games, they all work for free, and then a brand new game comes out and it's only $45.99 or $44.99. Right? So, if you think about it, that would now, like, okay, now Stadia, you know, would, hey Andrea, now Stadia would actually have a purpose. It would make sense. You know, if you want to buy a game brand new, and you don't really have the funds for it, or you're not sure if you're going to like it, or you don't want to spend that much money on it, and you game on Stadia, you could buy it on Stadia for $45.99. And then all the prices are really cheap, so the cheap, like, literally Stadia would be the cheapest place to get games. It would be like, okay, this is the cheapest place to get it on day one. Right? And then there's daily sales that would be like Steam. That's like, okay. Yeah, that would make sense, right? That's how you could fix Stadia. I might make a video talking about it. It's like, hey, how to fix Stadia. Yeah, there are still problems with it, but the thing is that it would at least give some form of a benefit. It would be like, hey, you know, the benefits of owning Stadia. You get the games cheaper day one. Right? Wow. Like I said, have versions available. Have something like that available. Because you can't turn around. Hey, Sean. You can't turn around and say,
well, Spyro. Some
the benefits is you don't have to buy a console. Okay?
I'm ready, all right. Ready for what?
But you have to pay a monthly subscription fee. But even then, the Game Pass is still a really good deal. Like, okay, you pay $20 per month, you get your Xbox Gold, you get Game Pass, which has so many games, and they're all free to play. I don't know.
Thank for freeing me,
I have many
Spyro.
opinions on Stadia, and I have many ways that I think I could be able to improve it and be like, hey, this is a lot better. This is really good. It doesn't help with the issue that internet right now is still unstable as heck. Like, for example, with Game Pass. You ready for this? With Game Pass, if your internet goes out, which is a very common occurrence to a lot of places. There's a lot of people and places around the world, even in areas where there's great internet, where the internet just dies. The internet just dies for, 5 minutes maybe. Just dies. Why? I don't know. No one knows. But it dies for about 5 minutes. And that happens even to the best of internet. My internet, anybody's internet. Not to mention people in rural areas. If you have Stadia, you want to know what happens? You die, just like that. It just dies. You just die. The game just dies. And it's like, okay. Why does the game just die? Because you're connected to the internet constantly. Why do I feel lost all of a sudden? And because you're constantly connected to the internet, you can't, if your internet dies, so does your game. But Game Pass, on the other hand, Game Pass, if your internet dies, it's fine, because it does a check every 48 hours, I believe. It does a check, like, okay, we're gonna do a check. If you're hooked up to the internet, yep, you're hooked up to the internet. During that check, boom, that's it, you can keep playing. But if your internet dips, even on a single player game, oh, well, it just shuts off. Hey, Co-Pilot Pikachu, how's it going, my dude? And I don't understand why Google doesn't understand that. They just, for literally being a multi-billion-dollar company that is in charge of information, they certainly don't know how to handle information. And people all unanimously telling you, this sucks! This is a bad idea! There was a recording, and I thought it was hysterical. And I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, someone did a recording and they posted on Twitter. It was at the GDQ, I think it was the game. I can't remember where it was. It was some gaming convention where Stadia was there. And there was no one there. There was nobody there. Nobody. And it was just like, what? There was literally nobody there. You saw all the other lineups were all filled full of people, and Stadia was dead. Nobody was in line. The Google reps were just standing there with their arms crossed. Nothing happening. So it's terrible. Oh, I'm sorry, Sakura. I hope you feel better. Oh, there's so many ways to fix Stadia. There's so many ways to fix Stadia. Now, here's the reason why Google is jumping on the train so early like this, is because eventually gaming will probably, in the future, how many years from now, maybe 20 years, 30 years from now, that's how gaming will be. Gaming will be a subscription service, very likely, and where you just plug in a stick instead of buying a console and you just get games streamed to you, right? Because, but, and we might not like that. I know I don't like that. I know I like to be able to have a physical version for game preservation's sake. But the problem is that the majority of people, a lot of the casual fans, they don't care about preservation. They don't care. They just want to play a game when they want to. So, will it ever die completely? I don't know. Possibly. But and I know that basically what Google is trying to do is that they're trying to get their hands on that industry as early as possible. But the way they're doing it is really stupid. Hey CG, what's a good way to help out your channel and your growing family? Viewing is perfectly acceptable. If viewing is, completely acceptable. Being nice to one another. But I mean, ultimately, the best way would be through donations. But I mean, you don't have to. It's very optional.
But I tell you one
if you
thing,
want to, there's a link
watch
in the
his
description
back.
below. That's the best way. Super chats are fine as well. But if you were to donate, I do prefer Streamlabs because Streamlabs takes a less cut than YouTube. But it's not as fanfare. You know, you don't got the big banner and all the lights and bells going off. But you get a little bit of a fanfare when you donate through Streamlabs. But honestly, just sitting, chilling, and watching, that supports the channel enough. Subscribing though, that's free and that helps. We just hit 47,000 subscribers today. Or 47, 49. Did I say 49? My brain. I'm sorry. I have lack of sleep due to newborn baby. So. It's not to say a game streaming service is a bad idea. No, it's definitely not a bad idea. Yeah, absolutely. The Game Pass. I have Game Pass. It's a huge success. Hey, Stefan, how's it going? No, we hit 49,000. So if you are watching and you're not subscribed and you want nostalgic content like Crash, Spyro, Sly Cooper, Banjo-Kazooie, we're going to be covering that a lot more. We actually got an interview recently with a huge member of a certain game. That's okay. Okay, Joker. I believe that's Joker Lives. Yes, sorry. Just the numbers confused me. I was like, Joker, I don't know the new lingo. Boom! Roast the booty. Will I ever try Stadia? If they get smarter, yes. Or if they introduce a game that's actually interesting, that's exclusive to them, then yes. And not some horror indies title that's like, oh, this looks like a horror indie title. Like literally 400 of the other horror indie titles that are on Steam. No offense, but there are so many of these horror stylistic games on Steam. There's so many of them. It's so saturated. Like, our exclusive is an indie horror game. It's like, wow, how original. Gee golly me, oh my. That's how original. That's your exclusive. Well, it would be up to Magic Nipples if you would want to. Hey, Dark Paladin donate $5 super chat. Also, new viewer / sub to CG if you also want more Dark Paladin in the chat too. LOL, CG is the best person to sub to. Aw, Dark Paladin. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Dark Paladin is definitely here just about every single stream and a huge supporter of the channel. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, and thank you for the support, Dark. I really appreciate that. Almost forgot the speedway. Get out of here. I see far red. I can see how that can get I mean, if Magic Nipples is interested in doing an interview, sure. Hey, Cool Pilot Pikachu just donated $5 through Streamlabs. Greetings from Australia. Also, just want to say it's always a lot of fun to hang out with everyone and watch your streams. Aw, Co-Pilot, thank you. Thank you so much for the $5 Streamlabs donation. It's always awesome to have you around too, my dude. Thank you so much. By the way, a good friend of mine would absolutely love your name. He's a huge Pikachu nerd. So, I'll let him know that you donated as well. Thank you so much, Co-Pilot Pikachu. Thank you so much. Always great to have you around. But I also want to bring my channel to a lot more interviews as well with game developers because, like, for example, okay. I'm trying to figure out how to say this without sounding like I'm tooting my own horn. People are going to automatically think I'm doing that. I can talk to somebody and be able to extract maybe information that's like different. Because you ever see like when IGN does an interview, or when any of these people, they do interviews, they're always asking the same generic questions. They're always asking the same questions that are like the same, and you know, it's like, oh my gosh, we've heard this question asked 400 times. Like, what made you want to bring back Spyro? Right? You remember those questions? Or do you remember of, you know, how did you do it? Oh, we used let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Spyroscope is an amazing program, but let me tell you something. If I hear one more interviewer ask how did they make Spyro, and they mention Spyroscope and explain it one more time, I'm literally gonna vomit out my butt. Okay? If I hear it one more time, whenever I was scouring for information, that's all I would hear is Spyroscope, and everyone would ask the same question. It's like, are you serious? Are you kidding me? Can you please ask a different question? Literally anything. You can literally ask, why is Spyro's butt purple? For the sake of anything, please, just ask a different question. And what I like to do is I like to scour all the interviews and like to see what would be a good question. What's a question that hasn't been answered yet? What's something that breaks the mold? What's something different? And so you start off with, you know, your base questions to get warmed up, and then you get into the more intriguing questions and the more direct questions that a lot of diehard fans would ask. Like, hey, like, for example, when I talked to Thomas, my interview was the only interview.
Release the dragons, reclaim our treasure, and recover the eggs from those pesky blue thieves.
How choice for Olympic for Spyro? Gee, I don't know. They threw they sprinkled magic sparkles on a PS1 disc, and poof, Reignited was made. Spyroscopes, but I ask a different question. Like, for example, my question was my interview was the only interview when I interviewed Thomas Wilson. Like, hey, is Crunch Bandicoot in the game? Right? Is Crunch Bandicoot in the game? Right? There are rumors of Crunch Bandicoot. Now, a casual fan wouldn't know who even Crunch is, right? But people that are looking for information on YouTube and listening to these interviews, they want to hear that. They want to know. They're like, who is Crunch in there, right? And my interview was one of the interviews that broke. There was one site that mentioned something similar to Crunch being in the game, but it was unsure. It was a French site, and we didn't see any images of Crunch. It was kind of rumored, and people were kind of him and Hunt. We didn't have any solid confirmation. So I asked Thomas myself, is Crunch in the game? And we got a yes. Yeah, he's in the game. No IGN user, none of that stuff was revealed. So, and I'm going to give you a question, and I'm going to tell you guys something, because I have an interview right now sitting in my computer that I'm going to be editing for the new year. Okay? I had an interview with
When you see
Steve
arrows like
Mails.
these, you
One
can
second.
charge along with them to begin a supercharge.
Supercharge?
Excellent.
Go ahead, try it.
So, I got an interview with Steve Mails. Now, Steve Mails is the creator, the actual character designer of Banjo-Kazooie, the original one, the original character designer of Banjo-Kazooie. And you know what's one of the questions I asked him? I asked him, what happened to Banjo 3E? What happened? Was it canceled? Was it, hey, Rushan Robinson donated $1 Canadian. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I asked him that question, and he answered it. Yeah. I asked him, what happened to Banjo 3? And I got an answer. A legitimate answer. You have to find out to see the video. And he explained what happened and why it went the way it did and how Nuts and Bolts came along because of it. All these things. And we also talk about obviously talk about ukulele. We talk about ukulele. We talk about Banjo-Kazooie. We talk about a little bit of Diddy Kong Racing a little bit. These are questions that people want to know. People want to know what happened. What happened there? So anyway, the point that I was trying to say is that I feel like because I'm a fan of the series, because you can tell when someone's interviewing somebody when they don't really understand the source material, right? They're just asking the generic questions and they're just asking like, okay, I gotta interview this person, here we go, let me look up some questions, some generic thought-provoking questions that might make people interested, and just do a generic point. But when you have someone who is a fan of the franchise and knows a thing or two about it, right? Suddenly, you get different questions. You get different answers. You get stuff that's a lot better in terms of quality. So my point is that I want to start doing more interviews like that. I want to start doing more interviews where we ask those deep questions, those questions that people really want to know, but being able to stay on the cusp of being like, not like an expose reporter, but like a, just digging a little bit deeper. Just questions that maybe people have never really asked and always wondered. Do you know what I mean? That's something that I would love to be able to do on the channel. Right? Like, one time, which was really cool, we had gotten on chat, and there's a few people that I think are here that can vouch for me. When I was streaming, I believe it was Sly 3, we had the voice actor of Sly come in. And I went and double checked that it wasn't some phony, and it was the person. Happy New Year to you, Cartoon Gamer. How's it going? But yeah, I had the voice actor of Sly pop in and say hi and talk with us for about an hour. Like, it was incredible. And I would absolutely love to be able to talk about that, to be able to be like, hey, let's talk to the voice actor of Sly Cooper. Let's ask him questions about stuff that he may know, right? And then let's talk to the developers and let's really dig. Happy New Year to you, cat boy. Chocolate zombie cars. Alright, so give me 1 second. I gotta quickly go to the bathroom. I will be quickly right back. I also might grab the non-alcoholic wine. Maybe. We'll see. Sorry. Getting ready for New Year's. Don't worry. Whoa! Whoa! Hold up. This is non-alcoholic, by the way. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Spyro the Dragon, for the $1. Dark Balin for the $1. Copilot Pikachu for the $1. All aboard the donation train. Trev Pro with $1. Steve Blackhead. Steve Blocker with the $5 New Zealand dollars. Beep Up Random Toilet Donation Train thinking meow. Whoa! Sarah Sparrow fan donate 20 pounds through Super Chat. Hi CG, why did you call your daughter Hope? Does it have a meaning? I hope I don't sound rude. No, you don't. I will answer your question in 1 second. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Star 50 Productions donate $15 through Streamlabs. Woohoo! Donation train $1.99. Thank you so much, Star 15. There's more coming in. Ultima 81, Ultima Jacob Osterwell donated $3 to Streamlabs. Hey, I'm a new subscriber to your YouTube channel, so I want to say thank you for making my day with your Spyro content, and congrats on your baby girl. Oh my gosh, thank you. Dark Paladin donated $2 to Super Chat. It's a donation bus, guys. Get it right, LOL. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. Short Pro donated $5 to Super Chat. Chugga, 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 choo, choo. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then Steve Blockhead donated another $5 New Zealand dollars. I'll get the currency right someday. Here's another one just because. Thank you so much. And then Winterwing donated $5 through Super Chat. This is from my friend Alpha. He wishes he could donate, but he doesn't have the funds. Thank you, Alpha and Winterwing, both for your kind generation. Woo! For your kind generation? For your kind donation. Did I say generation? Donation? I can't remember. Thank you. Anyway, whatever I said, thank you everybody so much for your amazing donations and support. You guys are amazing. ECG the auctioneer. So, I don't drink, but I do like non-alcoholic wine. So, I'm going to start sipping on non-alcoholic wine. Stream still, you know, just in case people are like, oh, he's lying. Look. De-alcoholized. It's just, why don't they just call it alcoholic free? No, it's de-alcoholized. It's just such a terrible, like, wording. Whew, okay. Let's try it. Well, first off, it smells like, what it smells like isn't really appropriate to say on stream. Mallory V donated $1 to Streamlabs. Please solve the mystery. Is non-alcoholic wine just grape juice? Because we're all wondering. Kind of? So, hold on. I'll read the ingredients. It says, ingredients. De-alcoholized wine, sugar and sulfites. That's it. That is the ingredients. Yeah, so that's it. The best way to describe this in a PG manner, the smell of it, it smells like sweaty male genitals. Yep. Okay. It does not smell good. Flavor's not bad. It does not smell good. So why did I name my daughter Hope? So I love you, man. So the taste is not bad. Is it juice? Kind of, I guess. The flavor is not bad, but the smell is just As the Mexicans would say, no bueno. So going from a complete and utter joke to the reasoning why, at least it tastes better than it smells. Yeah, at least I just have to take a deep breath before I sip it. So, yeah, it kind of tastes like a skimmed Welch's grape juice. I kind of wish I just get that. Yeah, that's about right. So, the reason why I named... Okay, so I'm going to pause this for a second. So, the reason why I named my daughter Hope was that there has been many times in my life where I've had to rely on hope. Many, many times. And sarcastically, health and fitness, that's awesome to hear. So I've had to rely on hope many times through my life. Something that I've kind of had to hang my head on, because that's all I had was hope. That was nothing else. I had nothing else but hope. And I've had to hope. There have been some harsh trials. There's been some harsh trials
You're not afraid of those big, noisy,
in
gigantic, awful
my life.
beasts, are you?
And
Of course not.
Oh, good. I didn't.
I don't need to go over them again, but I've had some harsh issues where I've had to just hope. That's it, nothing else but hope. And because I've always, that's one thing that I've always had that I think that I can say about myself is I've always had hope for a better day, a better future, a better time. I've always had hope. Now, I'm not saying I went through like abuse or anything, but there's been some harsh trials. And, you know, as the common viewers know, one of those times I had to rely on hope was when my brother had passed away. When I lost my job after I moved into a new place with having no money, because we moved into a new apartment, and as soon as I moved into the new apartment, I got laid off. So I had to pay first and last, and you know, I had to pay first and last rent to get in, and then moving in costs and stuff was expensive, and then had a little money, but that was okay because we were in a new place, and then I got laid off from my job. So those are just a few examples. When, in this, like I said, in the same year. Hey, Joker! May not be much, but at least best of luck with the new year, and would love to hear more on the new Banjo-Kazooie Remaker game. Thank you so much, Joker Lives. I appreciate the support. I might be talking more about Banjo in the new year. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I've had to.
Thank you for releasing me.
I've had to rely on hope. You know, I've had to rely on and hope for a better day, and hope for a better life, and hope for a better situation. And it's always turned out. Whether it be via YouTube, whether it be through life itself, it's always worked out for me because I've always held hope, even in the most dark of times. You know, even in the darkest of times of my life, I've always have had, even if it's just a little bit, even if it's just a scraping of hope, I've always had hope. And to me, the name Hope is a representation of that strength holding on for a better day, for a better life, for a better inspiration, for better everything. And so I named my daughter Hope, in that she too can always be reminded that there's always hope. Always. Even in the darkest of times. So that's why I named my daughter Hope. It's a beautiful name, and it's something that I've had to rely on. And now it can also be a reminder to me, always, that you have hope, both physically and both literally and metaphorically. I have hope, and I want it to be a reminder to her, and a reminder to myself, and a reminder to those who interact with her, that there's always hope in life, always. No matter who you are, where you're from, or what you do, there's always hope. And to always hold out for hope. So close. That's why I called her Hope. And I also want to go on record to say that it was me that suggested the name Hope. Not my wife, it was me. Oh, thank you, Mallory.
Remember that these blue thieves have stolen eggs outside the Magic Crafter's world as well.
I have to not...
Don't worry, I'll take care of them.
I have to not breathe when I drink. I mean, I remember last year I had gotten de-alcohol wine. I can't remember where I got it from. It was actually pretty good. This is, Well, here, let me find a video of David, because David did something recently with Hope that was just, I saw it and literally my eyeballs melted out of cuteness. Almost not an exaggeration. Almost not. Oh, why is this so stupid? There it is. Now let me just find the video. Let me find the video. Find the video. Find the video. Find the video. Here it is here. Hold on, I'll pause it. David's holding Hope and giving her a kiss and being gentle with her. So, he loves being a big brother. Adorable. Oh yeah, it was like... Yeah, when that was happening, I was just like... My heart! Cuteness level load. Go and... My heart!
Great work, Spyro! If you keep this up, you'll learn all the tricks of the Magic Crafter's world.
Let's see if the grass is really cool. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, let's go here. I paid $7 for this. $7.50 actually. I feel like I got robbed. I'm sitting, I'm like, wow, this sucks. I feel like I got robbed. Who made this terrible drink? Carl Jung with your Cuvée Red. Guave Red. Let's make the C look like a G, but actually not, because otherwise that'd be Guave Red, and that wouldn't make sense. Cuvée Red. Carl Jung. Oh, wow. Imported by Elco Fine Foods Ltd. Richmond, British Columbia, Canada. Refund where applicable. Goodness me. I'm still gonna sip it because, I mean, it doesn't taste terrible, but it's like, I paid $7 for what? Watered down Welch's? That smells like... Oh, every time I smell it, I got a new descriptive word for it. Just smelt it. Smelled like someone just drank a whole bottle of wine and then went for a marathon and then sniffed them afterwards. My gosh. Bad. Send a drunk on a marathon and smell them afterwards, and this is what this smells like.
Please do something about these green druids. They insist on moving everything in sight.
We never get enough of Spyro. I know, right? Yeah, it's $7 for this. Can you get a refund? I think I should not only get a refund, but money back for actually drinking this. I should get an apologetic refund. Like, not only are we going to give you your money that you paid for back, we're going to give you more money back because you had to drink this. We apologize. Like, the smell is awful. The flavor is meh. And if I paid $3 for that, I'd been like, all right, well, it's $3, whatever. It's currently 9 o'clock where I am in Canada, but there are a wide variety of time zones in Canada because of how wide it is.
I hate those bugs. When I become big and strong like you, I'll squash them all.
The apologetic
Until
refund
then,
for a drink
remember
that smells
that
just
supercharge
awful.
makes you
Sounds nice.
invincible.
Yeah, basically. Like, we're sorry. I was looking forward to drinking that too. Boof! La 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 la, boof! Boof! Oh, I've never done this before! No! I didn't know you could go that far. I was just like, oh no, oh no, oh no! They're like, we're sorry for your booty tasting wine. Yeah, basically. Excuse me, your wine tastes literally like a donkey. Literally. Like as if you walked up to a donkey and licked it. That's what your wine tastes like. Imagine adding alcohol to that. Ugh! Peel the paint off the walls with that. Just pour it in, the glass just melts. Well. Gotcha. Well, Happy New Year to everybody over the river over the pond that has hit the New Year thing already. By the way, something that I noticed was that, and something that I've started to do, and it might sound bad, but I've started to not hold resolutions, I guess? I don't know. Because I always find that, you know, whenever it's like, I'm gonna hold a resolution, it's like, and it goes away, right? I mean, like, it should be, are you gonna do a video on Rayman reboot or remake like the Sly one? Definitely Carnage Ghost. It's something that's on the to-do list. I'm semi-waiting because I don't want to do that and then for Rayman to just drop out of the clear blue sky because it's you know, stuff like that happens, because Rayman is due for a new game because he is an active IP. Like he isn't. It's not like he's like Crash or Spyro where he's not. New year, new me. No. I'm for starting good habits. Like, oh, you know, And I know that that can be considered as a resolution, but it's like not a target. It's like, hey, you know, I want to improve myself. Yeah, whenever it's just like, oh yeah, and one of the things I hate, and this is gonna sound really greedy, whenever I go to the gym and January hits, okay? January hits, you go to the gym, there's no machine available. There's no machine available because everyone's like, yeah, new year, new me, working out, yeah, working out, woo! And then you're like, come on, get off the machine. We know that you're not gonna be here next week. I know it sounds awful, but I don't have a lot of patience for people sometimes. I lose patience very quickly. And it's like next week they're gone. It's like, yeah, see?
Try combining your supercharge with jumping and gliding, and really explore the high caves.
Like, that drives me nuts, is like when people, my brother calls them the resolutioners. Yeah, new year, new me, next week, machines available. Basically, it's like, get off the machine. I already know that you're not going to be here next week. Hey Travis, how's it going? And yes, what I said was probably very mean, but at the same token of time, it's just like, oh my gosh. It's like, I want to work out, and I have to sit there, stand there, and wait for everybody to, I have to wait for, like, by the time that I'm finished the workout, the burn is over. It's like, yeah, workout burn is just french fried. I'm just gonna go on the treadmill. Go to the treadmill. Every treadmill is taken. Okay, go to the elliptical. Every elliptical is taken. It's like, can somebody please get off the machine? It's like, who here is new? Like 8 people raise your hands. Get out. I've been coming here for a year. I've been maintaining this for a year. It almost makes me not want to go to the gym at all in January. Like, ever. Like, the first, like, month is just awful. And then, once in a while, though, I will say, once in a while, you do get people that actually do stick to the resolutions. And good on them. It's like, good on you. Good job. You survived the gauntlet. And that's good. And I'm happy. But the fact that you have to wade through 14 people... You have to wade through, like, you know, literally 300 people to get 1 or 2 people that actually stick to it. And the thing that I learned too, and to those who are trying to lose weight, which I've started to really, really drop a lot of weight recently, and it's really nice to be able to start doing it. I've dropped like 30 pounds. Of course, the holiday season, I've gained some of that back because, you know, holidays, of course. Is that start with your diet. Do light walks, you know, do stuff like that. You don't have to go to a full out, you know, if you want to start getting healthier, that's great. Start with a light walk, start nice, eat a little bit healthier, and you'll do wonders. But then some people are like, yeah, I'm gonna work out, I'm gonna eat salads the whole day, yeah, and then like a week later, like, no. Sucker Nippon comments, so this is something I would like you to read out because I'm fighting to come to terms with how to deal with it. But I was recently diagnosed less than 4 months ago as being with Asperger's syndrome. It's tough for me to deal with, mostly because I have no idea how to deal with it. So, first off, it does require a lot. It does require a lot of things to be able to contend with. the first thing that you need to know, and I know a little bit about this, especially when it comes to mental health, due to my brother who had autism. So I've heard a lot of things. But to be honest, the first thing that I find, and something that I would say, is don't let it affect you. I know it's weird. I know it's weird to say. I know, but don't let it affect your life. And of course it's going to affect your lives in some aspects, but you have to try your best to be able to pinpoint not your symptoms, but because everyone's got different, people got tics, people got certain social issues, and the first thing that you have to do, that I find, is you have to figure out what it is. What is it? What is your thing? Right? First thing is, what is your thing? What's your thing? Right? What is your thing? Don't let it define you. Don't let it be like, oh, you can do well with your I wouldn't say issues, but because what it is, it's you're wired differently, and that's okay. That's perfectly okay. Right? And people have ADHD, people have autism, people have Asperger's, people have all these things. Don't let that be the definition of you. Let you be the definition of you. And figure out what's, to actually figure out what's your thing? What is your struggles, but what is your strengths? Because you also will have strength. There are certain skills, there are certain skills that you do have innately because, I knew this one person, and I'll give you a story. And his name was Peter, and I met him in school, and he was on the Asperger's spectrum too, and and he was severe, like he was borderline needing to be in a full healthcare facility. But his parents thought it would be a good idea to try to put him through college. And the guy struggled with a lot of stuff, and I felt really bad for him. I tried to help him as much as possible, but he was very low communication. But let me tell you something. This man, a camera turned on in his face, and he became the funniest guy I had ever heard in my life. The guy could come up with jokes. The guy could come up with a script. The guy could come up with... As soon as the camera turned on, bang! He could quote anything. He could quote from movies, TV shows perfectly. And the guy was hilarious. But here was his issue. If he wrote a script and someone changed it, he could write the script and then just from writing the script, have the script memorized already. That's it. He just typed it out and said, okay, I got it typed out. I have it memorized. And then he would perform it. But his issue was when someone changed the script, because he then would have to default back to that script when the camera turned on. So I'll tell you a story what happened. Hey, Charles Wright donated $2 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Happy New Year, man. Excited for 2020. So they asked me, what we did, one project that we did back in school was to basically what he would do, what happened was that we had to make a fake newscast, or as if reporting live. And so I was asked, and you could do themes and jokes and stuff. You could literally be like, hey, this is such and such, oh, this is the dream news. And you talk about that was one of the things, was news about dreams. And it was about a certain person and specifically the dreams that they were having. It was really cool. So that was it was really cool to see that. So we had to do a fake news, and I was asked to be basically a co-host. And he was the host. The Elusive Rabbits rating with a party of 15. Hey, how's it going? Thank you. So basically, he would literally, and this was great. The Tastiest Pizza, how's it going? He would literally, they asked me to be his co-host. The man, the myth. Rabbit Raid. Hey, whoa, how's it going, everybody? How is everybody? Oh gosh, I lost track of what I'm doing now. This raid. Ah! How's everyone doing today? Thank you for raiding the channel. I appreciate it. So anyway, this the director, he had written his own script, and poor Peter had basically his script essentially ripped up in front of him and told that no, your script is bad. Hey, thank you for subscribing to Tastiest Pizza. Thank you. Basically, they ripped up his script in front of him and said, no, it's bad. And what was happening was that he kept defaulting back to his script when we would record. So what I had to do as co-host, now, like I said, I'm gonna retry again because I lost track. I'm sorry. I feel ashamed. So anyway, he would have his script ripped up in front of him, and he would have to redo it again. But he would keep defaulting back to his original script. So what I had to do as co-host was, I didn't know his script, but I knew he had Asperger's. So what I did was I went into it knowing that every recording was going to be different, and I would have to play on the fly. To the point where a piece of equipment almost fell and killed me, and I stayed in character. Where what happened was a light fell, a very heavy light, and I almost died. But I stayed in character to joke with him because I knew in my head, I'm like, I have to stay in character for him to be able to play off of. And so he felt more comfortable around me. And I knew that helped him a lot, being able to keep track. So what I was able to do was I was able to look at the new script and hear what he was saying with his old script and bring him back through ad-libbing and just like thinking on the spot, like, hey, you know, he was supposed to be talking about Superman, and now he's currently talking about Deadpool. Okay, so how do I bring him back to Superman? I love it. Oh, thank you guys. This is cinema. Oh yeah, this is the ultra wide. So he would literally go this way, and the script was going this way. So I had to ad lib how to get him from here to here. And what it turned out to be was something that was totally off script. The director was absolutely losing her mind, and the person who was running the teleprompter gave up. People were like, "What are these guys doing?" And I'm like, "I'm trying," but. You couldn't tell on camera, you couldn't tell that we were going off script. Everything was fine. Everything was fine. Everything was good because I knew that he had Asperger's, and I was like, okay, I have to be able to figure out how to shift him back. And I was able to think on the spot and be able to think on the fly. Well, there you go. See, Sakura, you can work with horses. You see, that's an amazing gift. And that's something that you should work on. That's something that you should be able to focus on. Don't focus on the disadvantages, but focus on the advantages. It sucks, and yes, you're going to need to have to ask for help for sometimes. And that's okay. That's perfectly okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you for all the follows, guys. I appreciate that. So if you are good with handling horses, and that's your thing, focus on that. And you will be successful in life. Focus on the things that you enjoy and you like. Now you gotta be looking at 2 chats. Whew. I didn't expect a raid party of 15. What in the heck? Alright, yep, sure, yep, this is fine. Yep, that's great. Alright, yep, sure. This is literally the longest death ever. Alright, yeah, sure. Let's try this again. Hey, VG the Libertine donated $10 through Super Chat on YouTube. Can't remember if you made this decision this year or last year, but how is the transition going from working a normal job to being a YouTuber full-time? So, I've officially been a YouTuber full-time now for a year. Is it 18 months now? Officially, yeah, 18 months. Because however old David is how long I've been doing YouTube. Because for those who don't know, over on Twitch, I was laid off. 2 days before my son was born from my full-time job. My favorite platforming stage in the Spyro trilogy. The only stage that beats for me is Ripto's Arena. Actually, this one is a really good stage. I really do enjoy it. So transitioning has been absolutely difficult because you have to set your own hours, and sometimes that requires a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of work. And a lot of people think, oh, you do YouTube for a living, it's easy. I'm like, no, it's not. YouTube is not easy because basically your boss is a slot machine. Am I gonna get paid today? Ding, 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 maybe. So, and it's hard. Oh my gosh, dude, yo, Trev Pro just donated $75 through Super Chat. Dude, this will be my last amazing $75 donation of the year. I donate on Streamlabs because I want to keep that top donor number up for the rest of the stream for the New Year's. Sorry. It's okay, man. Happy New Year's. I donate $162 today because you're an amazing YouTuber. Bro! Trev! You see, this is how the support from you guys is what allows me to be able to do this full time. Thank you so Trev. I don't know where to begin, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $75 donation, man. Yo, that's... Thank you. Try to breathe. Try to breathe. Don't die. Okay. I almost died there. Trev, from the bottom of my heart, Happy New Year's, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thank you so much for the support, my dude. Thank you so much for the $75 Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you, incredibly generous. Thank you so much. I'm getting crushed right now. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you. So, the problem was that I didn't have a choice. I saw that comment. I didn't have a choice, and let me explain why I didn't have a choice. The job field that I had gotten into, the job field that I was in, I thought I died there for a second, is what paid the bills, because where I live is expensive, and I can't afford to move anywhere else. So, where I live, there's very few specific kinds of jobs, and they don't pay enough. And where I was educated in is something that I had skills in, and I didn't have the money. The situation, you see, if I was told earlier that, you know, oh yeah, if I was told earlier, hey, you're gonna get laid off in a month, I would have probably still maintained a regular job. But, unfortunately, I was told after 3 days after I moved into a new place, and 2 days before my son was born, after paying first and last rent, that I was getting laid off. I couldn't move anywhere. I couldn't, because I had no money. I had no money left because I just moved. My son was about to be born, and there was no other job in the area that paid enough to be able to support the house and my family. So I had to turn to YouTube because that was literally, I had a small following at the time, and I figured if I could focus enough into that, I could. And now I am making the same amount that I made on my full-time job on YouTube. This wine is awful! It gets worse every time I sip it. I think it's like, okay, non-alcoholic, by the way. So to say that I chose this path, I didn't. I had no option. Why I keep drinking it? Because it's there! It starts off tasty and then it tastes awful. I'm trying to get my $7.50 worth out of this. $7.50. I'm trying to get my value out of it, okay? Yeah, I'm streaming till midnight. So anyway, yeah, that is basically the only option that I had. I had no other option. There was no other work that was available that I could do it.
Well
it does the job
done,
exactly.
Spyro. Thank you for releasing me.
But thanks to you guys, I'm able to do this full time. And it's not because of me, it's because of you. I'm able to do this because of you. If you're watching right now, you are supporting me and me to be able to do this full time. Whether it be YouTube, not reaching farther than I expected, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, it doesn't matter. You guys are supporting me more than you know. Without you guys, I would literally I would not be able to do this.
Listen carefully.
One of my
Spyro.
favorite dragons.
There's a secret area in the artisan's
Love
home
them.
world near the waterfall. Try jumping on the stones there.
Artisan's home world? Waterfall. Sounds
That's
good.
good. So again, thank you everyone from the Elusive Rabbit Raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy the chat. Hopefully you guys like the content. I know it's a little sporadic once in a while, but that's me. Did I miss something? Probably. I probably did miss something. That's definitely a something. Gliding. Where are we going? Let's go up here. Go over here. So hopefully, what was I gonna say now? Did I seriously do the doof? I did do the doof. I am a doofy. Aw, thank you, Sakura. I really appreciate that. I did the doof, and I forgot the second wizard. Baby Yoda is adorable beyond reason, yes. Someone made a little edit of Baby Yoda with like a "Tell everybody I'm on my way" with by Phil Collins, and it was literally the cutest thing I had ever seen. It's just him waddling around and being Baby Yoda. I was just like, my heart can't take it. I knew I forgot something. Thank you, Ramethus Dream. Appreciate that. And boop, you're dead. We had a great time. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, totally. There's some like it's clever moments with Spyro. I think that's one of the biggest charms of Spyro. You're just like, how am I supposed to get up there? And then you figure out, you're like, oh, I get it. Because some platformers, it's like you have to do this, that, and the other. You're like, well, that's dumb. But with Spyro, it's just like, oh, okay. And you see it, and you're like, okay. And you don't, it's not stupid, except, you know, like with Treetops is one of the ones that's like, how am I supposed to get over it? I would say that's the only one that's like, that's kind of harsh. Even to this day, I still have issues traversing Treetops, but the funny thing is, I can do the longest jump easy. It's doing the rest afterwards. Can't wait to get my wife's reaction to this one. Blow hard! But this is why I'm so excited. Like, I have this idea in my head for a Spyro game. Or a concept. And I want to make it into a video, but I need help with the art. But I have this idea in my head. I have this idea for a new Spyro game where I think one of the strengths of Reignited is the visual design and the visual looks of all the levels and how beautiful they are. Like, look how gorgeous these, like, look how gorgeous even Blowhard looks, right? Look at the trees, look at the rocks, look at all of these things. And I remember half the fun of playing through Reignited was saying, hey, what is this going to look like? You know, with the Insane Trilogy, you already knew what it was going to look like. You already knew. You're like, oh yeah, I know what it's going to look like. You know, it was a very solid remaster. It's just going to look the same, but better. Right? And maybe there's a few changes and adjustments here and there. You're like, oh, that's different. That's cool. But Spyro, it was like rediscovering a brand new game again, right? And the lighting and everything visually about this game, graphically, it's like a Pixar movie. Right? So this idea that I've had is that you enter a home world and it's deserted and it's destroyed and it's terrible, and Spyro has to destroy a mini boss like from Spyro 1. So you know how you got like Toasty, Blowhard, one of them, right? You got these, and they're fairly easy bosses. When you enter a home world, you have to beat that boss, and what happens is that home world gets restored to its previous beauty, and there is this big sweeping effect where you watch the world come back into bloom, all the flowers, you know, re-blossom, and all the grass regrows, and all the water gets reflowed, and you see a full beautiful cinematic of a restoration of the worlds. And then all the portals open up, right? And it's as if like everything's been covered in corruption for so long that now life has been rebreathed back into the world, and now people are starting to rediscover what it's like. And that's what I would love to see. I would love to be able to see that, right? Because like I said, the level designs and looks, so you come in, it's like all destroyed and things are just kind of, you know, it's not looking good. It's not good, Bob. It's not good, Bob. Right? But then you see, okay, well, you want to strive to beat that level to see what does it look like. What does it look like afterwards? Right? How does it look restored? And then like Hero Cell, Dark Gems being restored, something similar like that, you know, but Dark Gems were just like in the vicinity. I'm talking the whole level. And then once that boss is destroyed, the evil gets cleansed, and then all the portals reopen, and then Spyro goes and saves all the people. Because I thought what would be interesting is that I have a whole story concept in my head, but I'm going to quickly explain it. There is a place called the Forgotten Realms, and dragons were originally from there. but they are now in the Dragon Realms. So dragons were not originally from the Dragon Realms. They were from the Forgotten Realms, which is on the other side of the world. But here's the thing. And this was a key thing. When Ripto came through the portal, after Hunter punched in his number, his birthday, like a moron, and Ripto came through, he sniffed around, he says, "No dragons, wonderful," right? If he's not from the but Ripto's not from the Dragon Realms. So Ripto's not from the Dragon Realms, to my knowledge. Ripto is not from the Dragon Realms, and yet he says, "No dragons, wonderful." So my idea was that there is a lost dragon clan. You know, you got your artisans, you got your peacekeepers, you got your this, that, and the other, but there's a lost realm of dragons. Where are they? Why are they lost? So Spyro finds a way to go to that realm and discovers warlocks, just like Ripto, had taken over this realm. And why dragons, there were dragons that escaped and dragons that got stuck behind. And the dragons that got stuck behind are now entrapped by this dark magic. Spyro comes in and resaves dragons, saves the day, and stops the evil, and then opens up the portal to bring these dragons over and opens up the Dragon Realms entirely, so that the dragons that were able to make it over to the other side can come back, and the dragons that were just saved can go to the Dragon Realms, and it just makes an extension of the Dragon Kingdom. That would be my idea of a new Spyro game. And each of the levels would be essentially restore the dark, get rid of the evil that these warlocks had cast upon the dragons, save the dragons, and collect certain collectibles. And what that mechanic does is that mechanic allows you to go back to saving dragons, which in my opinion is the best thing possible because it adds so much character to the world. But then you can also add a collectible, like the orbs, like an orb collectible or something like that, to be able to help restore the worlds, etc., etc. And then once you save that world, it then gets fully restored. And you're essentially, these warlocks are essentially stealing the magic of the dragons. They're stealing the magic from the portals. They're stealing magic from the portals, from the dragons themselves. They'll be crystallized, but they'll be different. They'll be like, almost like, like locked in, shackled, and the shackles will be draining the magic away from them into the boss, and then you destroy the boss, it unbreaks the chains, you then can go save the dragons, and, I think that would be an idea that would be really cool, and I think that would be something that brings the best of both worlds, of the idea of there being dragons again, because you can't resave the same dragons. But if you save a new clan of dragons, if we also can see other girl dragons, girl dragons can be introduced this way. If you really want to do the fan service, you could introduce Cinder if you wanted to, as being a young dragon from that alternative world. There's a whole bunch of different aspects that can be adjusted and added now to this story. You get the mini bosses back, you get the grand bosses back. What about the crystal dragons looking worn down because of the drainage of their map? Yeah, absolutely. That could definitely be it. Like, what could happen is that you save the dragons, and then the crystal power-ups that you find restore their magic and make them powerful again, and then they can help against the fight. Right? And there could be a leader in each world, you know, they could be like, you know, we tried to fight against the Warlocks for so long or whatnot, Warlocks or whatever you want to call them, Riptonians, whatever Ripto was, right? Or like in the same vein of Ripto. Hey, Janelle Gaming, thank you so much.
Nasty Nork is turning our swamp into an electrified...
Sam Stowaway, exactly. Cinder could be a dragon that escapes from this new world seeking Spyro's help.
Sure
Absolutely. One of the young dragons that, you know, Spyro is helping at the end of Spyro 3 could wander off somewhere, and Spyro goes to go save them, and he gets sucked into this new world, right? It could, the door that they have closed could be the gate that led them to the old world, and they could open it up and be like, okay, we have to power this up again, or something like that. There's so many possibilities and so many ways and so many mechanics to be able, because you have to think, you can't just think of sheer story alone, you have to think of how does the story apply in with the mechanics, right? So, and it doesn't have to be dark and brooding. It's still light, bubbly, and fun. And it could be like a joke to them too, like maybe Ripto was a joke. Like maybe Spyro at one point is like, I beat Ripto, I can beat you too, and they start laughing like, Ripto, that small fry, and you know, they make fun of them, right? Undermining Spyro's achievement of beating Ripto. Yeah, exactly.
Spyro, it's great.
The eggs, they explain that the eggs come from the fairies. So essentially, dragons don't mate. Is kind of what they're saying. They're saying dragons don't mate. It's because the fairies magically bring it to them. So yeah, of course there could be females, but they don't lay the egg because it comes from the fairies. They should probably just hire you to create the next. I would love for Toys for Bob to be able to just... I would love to work with Toys for Bob and the writing team. Like, man, I don't know how I would even come close to be able to doing that, though. I have no background. I've never made a game before. I have these ideas, but like... I don't know how I would be able to put them into use. I have no idea. I have no idea how I would be able to get in contact with Toys for Bob to pitch them something. I don't know how I could, you know, I have no idea. Dip on the channel. I'm glad to stop by for a good portion of the stream. Have a good New Year's CG, and congratulations on your baby girl. Aw, thank you, Salem. Thank you so much. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for being a subscriber for 6 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy your time. And yeah. Yeah, I could make a video, but there is, like, I've talked with some developers before, and apparently there's, an issue with actually taking fans' ideas because copyright issues. Because they can't directly take ideas. They have to, because what could happen is I could take them to court, technically. I could technically take them to court. And be like, hey, they stole my idea for a Spyro game, even though Spyro is not my IP. But, you know, I came up with the concept and they didn't pay me for it, therefore I can call it copyright. And I would be in my full legal right to do so, and of course they don't want that to happen. The only way that I would ever come close is if I pitch the idea, they buy the idea from me, and then they hire me as a consultant. Just to, you know, like, give ideas and figure stuff out. That would be likely the most that I would ever get from it. And I would also have to, you know, I would have to also work remotely. I'm not moving to California. No way. No offense. I love, you know, Cali was really pretty when I was there. Enjoy the gamer. You see, that's the thing, is I don't know. I don't know how that would work. I would love to be able to contact somebody and be like, hey, I have an idea. I don't know if they can use it, but, you know, I would really like to be able to, you know... And the best part is, actually, what they could do is that I know exactly how they could do it. They already know the code to that world. It's Hunter's birthday. So they could literally, okay, how do we get over there then? How do we get over to that side of the world? They bring in the professor. Right, we know that the professor can come to the Dragon Realms. He already knows the code to get to the Dragon Realms. We've seen him there. We've seen Hunter in the Dragon Realms. He comes to visit Spyro. So they could go to them, and there could be like a little joke, like, oh, how am I supposed to know, you know, where these, you know, other dragons are? Oh, they're from the same place, you know, what was the code? And he doesn't remember, and then Hunter remembers that it was his birthday, right? And then there could be a little joke, a little gag, like it could literally be Hunter's birthday. It could open up the Hunter's to a birthday for Hunter, right? And they're trying to figure out what was the code again, and, you know, Hunter could be going like, it's my birthday, guys, and everyone's like, shut up, Hunter. He's like, oh, okay. And then eventually someone cues him and is like, wait a second, it is Hunter's birthday. Yeah, see? It's like, no, Hunter, literally, the code is your birthday. Something like that. The problem with the Crash and Spyro crossover, I have issues with that, and the reason is that how do you get to gameplay, right? In order for me to turn on mods, I have to shut down the game, and I don't want to do that, unfortunately. So it's, I don't know, there's one way I could, and I have an old contact. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe a long shot, but I mean, hey, it would be a thing. There we go. Got that. Hit that. Go. There we go. Here, boop, 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 boop. There we go. So it is almost 10 o'clock. That means we are almost 2 hours away from
Watch out,
the
Spyro.
from
the dorks in these parts
the new year.
The power of electricity, and it really stings.
And it really stings. Give me 1 second. Hold on. New Year countdown. There we go. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm actually going to try to add an actual countdown. Kenny Bun, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you. How's our source? And source. Source. Okie dokie, that's actually pretty close. Second. Height is 400. Go with that. I think. Almost. How does that look on it for you guys? Take a quick look at how it looks here. Not great. Not bad, but not great. Let me see if I can quickly fix that. If not, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Is there a way that we can like adjust this? Like, cause it's kind of goofy right now. Not hard to see. All right, let me see if I can adjust it a little bit. If I can't, I'll do something else. If I can't do that, then we're doomed. No, I'm kidding. That's not it. That is atrocious. Okay, that's a big, ugly, and atrocious thing. One sec. Timer. Timer countdown. There we go. Oh, okay, so there's that. This. 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 Source again. Actually, no. Hold on. Sorry, everybody, we're almost done. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Stop. Almost there. There. Okay, done. Then done. Then we can get back to it. There we go. Now we're good. That's a bit better. So now we got the count. Now we got a countdown. Oh, thank you, Just Zombie Charmander Girl. I appreciate that. All right, sorry guys for the distraction. Now we're back. How's that look, guys? Is that a little bit better? later, Co-Pilot Pikachu. Take care. I can improve it a little bit more if you guys like, too. I can make it a little bit better. Yeah, I know I can do this real fast. I know people are like, oh my gosh, get back to playing. I'm like, I know, but I gotta... Let's see if I can quickly fix this, because I know I can do better with it. Sec. There we go. That's even better. Okay. Now I'm done fiddling. Done fiddling. Now we're back. Sorry.
Good job, Spyro. One day you'll be able to tell all the dragons about your amazing adventures.
Sure. But what I'd really like to do is get out of this swamp.
Hey, Gammy! Gammy donated $5 to Streamlabs. Hey man, hope you have a wonderful 2020. Thank you for all the content you have put out this year. I always look forward to anything you put out. I wish you the best for the next year, and congratulations on beautiful baby Hope. She's precious. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support and the $5. I appreciate that. Thank you for the sweet, sweet comment. My little Hope, she is precious. And I'm very, very happy to have her. I'll have to read it later, okay, Sakura? I'll reread it in a bit. I don't want you to have to retype it up again. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure to read it later, though, okay? Aw, thank you, Kenny Bun. I appreciate that comment. Thank you. May your family be blessed, too, for the new year as well. And I hope that you have a good new year. So, I also want to let you guys know, kind of like the schedule and the plan for some stuff, because there's going to be some stuff happening during the month of January when it comes to streams. So, for the month of January, I know it's going to be a little bit weird to say, but for the month of January, for a small portion, we're going to be streaming 3 times a week. You heard me right, 3 times a week. And I'll explain why in a second. Last year, I did a stream to be able to go to PAX East. And we made the goal. I was so hyped about it and super excited. And this year, we're going to be doing it again. But I want it to be set on a separate day. So, what's going to happen is about halfway through January, we're going to be having the regular Thursday, Friday, but then I will also be streaming on Saturday as well. The Saturday streams will be dedicated to be going to PAX. So any income that's made, whether it be ad revenue, whether it be donations, anything at all that's earned during that time, will go directly to my PAX trip. And hopefully I can go. And if I can go, that means that I will be there if there's any Crash or Spyro content that gets announced. I have no idea if there will be Crash or Spyro content announced. I'm not guaranteeing anything. And don't worry, I'm not doing the wink, wink, nudge, nudge and say, oh yeah, there could be Spyro content, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, just make sure I go there. No, I have no idea if there will be Crash or Spyro stuff going there. However, if there is, I want to be there. So you mean 8 hours of my overtime that I do on Saturday is yours? Okay, got it. See, Paladin. So when is PAX? PAX is at the end of February, and the reason why I need to plan it so early is because already passes are already sold out. The only things that are now available for me to be able to go is if I get the 4-day pass, because the single-day passes for both Friday and Saturday are sold out. So that means only Thursday and Sunday are available unless I get the 4-day pass. So that means that I should be want to get ready for it. There we go. All gems collected. That should be 100% though. Yes. Have I played Crash to Insanity? Not yet. So on Saturday, I'm going to be trying to raise money to go to PAX. Right, exactly. Alright, Terrence Village. Boop. Boop. And away we go. We have 15 people over on Twitch and 184 people on YouTube. Thank you everybody for your love and support. I appreciate that. Thank you. PAX East used, for some reason, not last year, but the year before, last year was in March. The year before it was March going into April. There's a whole bunch of really weird dates. We don't know why, but this year it's end of February going into March. Now, we won't be raising money for my beautiful wife to go because we're going to have a newborn at the time and having 2 kids, and it's a big hassle, and she has given me a blessing to be able to go with me and my buddy. So it'll just be me and my buddy going to this convention. And I hope Activision is there in some way, shape, or form. Because they were there for Crash Team Racing. They were there, they announced Spyro there. So every PAX since 2017, Activision has been there. Because I believe they were also there for, showed off the Insane Trilogy as well at PAX East, if I remember correctly. But not just that, we'll be able to contact certain influencers and stuff. Hey Dark Paladin, if you bumped into me, that would be cool, man. We won't be able to share a room, but, you know.
Be on the lookout for attack frogs. They are cold-blooded killers.
Attack frogs?
And this used to be such a nice swamp.
Used to be such a nice swamp. Arrowman 26 rules, how's it going? Yeah, man, seriously. Boof, 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 boof. Boof. Because we'll only be able to afford one room, me and my buddy. Don't worry, buddy, I'll save you. Cage free! You are free! Blah. But also, too, I'm keeping my buddy as a camera operator. So, he'll be able, if I can get some form of a press, well, anything, you know, press badge of any way, shape, or form, that would be pretty awesome. Speaking of, I got to look into that after the stream. Miss me. Miss me. Still hate the attack frogs to this day. Still hate them. Do I know that you wouldn't mind? No, I wouldn't mind your company, Dark Paladin, at all. I wouldn't mind. Just unfortunately, in with how I do my taxes and stuff,
it seems like I've been trapped in
it's hard to
here since I was
explain.
your age. Oh no!
It would be kind of weird
Why?
to write off of my taxes and figure out for press badges and stuff. But if you showed up and you said, "Hey, can I follow you guys for the day?" Absolutely, man. Follow us for the trip? Yeah, sure, 100%. If any fan wanted to come by, that would be cool. If anybody would wanted to, you know, come see me at PAX, that would be pretty cool. I would love to be able to meet you guys, you know, talk to you guys. But that would be pretty cool. Because you guys always see my ugly face, and I always hear my own stupid voice all the time. So to be able to see and hear people that are supporting me instead of seeing it through text would just be absolutely just amazing. Did I lose Sparks? Yep. Rip Sparks. And poof! And poof! Come on! Come on! Come on, Buckaroo! Come on! There we go.
Thank you for releasing
You don't have an ugly face or voice. Aw, thank you. Alright, there's Boomba going, yeah! Right in. And boom! I'm dead. I didn't like Eternal Night, so... See, the reason for the differing times with PAX East is that they have a schedule around Anime Boston, as they're in the same convention hall and the hall isn't big enough for both at once. I did not know that. Okay, so that's why the schedule was so weird, is because Anime Boston is coming in as well. Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for explaining that to me. Oh man, I remember when Spyro was announced. I still think about like making a video telling about that story. Where okay, so when Spyro was announced, here's what happened. So Spyro wasn't technically announced yet. Spyro was leaked by Amazon Mexico. So Amazon Mexico had put up the listing that day for Spyro. Now, I remember when I was lying there in bed, and usually I sometimes hear my Discord notifications go off in the middle of the night because we have friends that live out in California and live in different time zones, and they talk on Discord at certain times. There's a certain private Discord I'm in, and you know, we have friends and YouTubers from all around the world. And I remember sitting there at like 6 a.m. I hear the Discord, ba-bunk, and then ba-bunk, ba-bunk, bunk, 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 like pings everywhere. And this was before I had my own server. And I'm like, what the heck is going on, man? It's 7 a.m. in the morning. I'm tired. I had a long night. I want to get that extra hour of sleep before I have to drive into work. What could possibly warrant 42 pings? So I grab my phone finally. I'm like, what is everyone talking about? And I gotta open my phone. I expect memes. I just expect memes. And what I see, the first thing I see is the wide shot of Toasty. And I'm like, is this fan art? And then I scroll up, and the next thing that I saw was the Magic Crafters, not the Magic Crafters, the level that I just did. I can't remember the name of it right now. With the giant towers. And I was just like, oh my gosh. And I scroll up, and I saw Spyro standing in Magic Crafters, the temporary cover, and I lost my mind. I absolutely lost it. I started, I was like, oh my gosh, I started jumping on the bed. My wife wakes up. She wasn't pregnant, or we didn't have any kids at the time. She's like, what? What is it? And I'm like, Spyro was announced. And she's like, what? I'm like, Spyro is announced. And she's just like, oh my god. We're gonna save Bubba for last. And she was just like, oh my gosh, you gotta do something. I'm like, I gotta make a video, but how? How can I make a video? I don't have enough time. I gotta go to work. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do a live stream. I did a Wizard Peak, yeah, it was Wizard Peak. And no, it wasn't Wizard Peak. So I saw, it might be Wizard Peak. So I was like, okay, I gotta do a live stream. And I did a live stream half dead with, I don't even think I have my glasses on. And I revealed the photos to everybody. And I remember, that was the first time I saw a stream hit like triple digits in terms of a amount of people watching. And I remember people popping onto the chat. People were like, wait, what's going on? What? What's happening? And I will actually go back on that stream to go look at it and see the live chat again, just to see everyone's reactions. And then the people that were like losing their minds. And I remember I had to wait at work because I wanted to do a live reaction when I got home.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro! Stamp them out and squish them and squash them!
How about charge them and flame them? We are dragons, after all.
So, yeah, when I remember, and so I suffered because I had to avoid Twitter because people were posting reactions, photos, fan art. I'm like, I can't. And then finally, I got home. The first thing I did was turn on my camera. I recorded. And I just remember, like, just absolutely losing my mind. I was so happy. But let me tell you guys something. It was also a relief. Now you might be wondering, why is it a relief? Because I had amassed a small following based on the fact of possibly Spyro coming back. And I did not want to be wrong. Because if I was wrong and Spyro was not coming back, I would have felt like I led people astray, that I disappointed people, that I was wrong, that I was stupid, that I was all these things, that I had all these theories, I had all these ideas, and everything seemed to line up perfectly, and why isn't it working? Is it being announced? Blah, 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 blah. And when it was announced, after recording, I think I did cry, but I didn't cry out of like, oh, you know, I cried because Spyro. I cried because I felt validated in some way. Like, I felt that I was right. I was right. I wasn't insane. I wasn't stupid like a lot of people were saying. There were so many people saying I was dumb. So many people that were making fun of me. So many people that would write, you know, I'd make a thread talking about Spyro, and I would just be told to shut up. And, man, there was so many things that were just so negative towards me, and it was harsh, man. It was harsh, and then I was tricked at one point, and oh my gosh. It was rough going for the start of my channel, but then when Spyro was announced, my channel took off way farther than I ever expected. Because the algorithm was like, oh yeah, people are talking about Spyro. Hey, this guy had been talking about Spyro a lot. Let's suggest his channel. And because of that, my channel took off. That's the exact reason why, is because it was like the algorithm turned and saw and said, hey, this, but then I had to maintain it, and I've been able to. I've been able to maintain it. Oh yeah, Cupcake. Yeah, there was a lot of people who were saying it wasn't gonna happen. Thank you, Arrowman26.
Greetings, Spyro. For an amazing tour of the treetops. Don't just stop at one supercharge.
Yeah, Jason. Yeah, exactly. And I remember the hate that I got, man, when I said, what if Spyro was made by Toys for Bob? And I remember I made that video. And when I saw that Toys for Bob was making it, I felt so validated. I felt so like, yes, you were right. You were not insane. You were not stupid like everyone said you were. And it just, I don't know. It truly was. I remember seeing it said Toys for Bob. And I remember jumping out of my seat. Like, I was right. I was right. And that helped a lot with my confidence, too. It helped a lot with, see there, the Elusive Rabbit. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for stopping by. I felt so happy that I wasn't crazy, that I wasn't, that what these people said they were. You know, there was so, oh man, if I don't even want to tell you guys a portion of the hate that I got, and I still get hate today. And it's funny because it's like, no matter, you know, I've gotten a thicker skin because of it, of course, and being able to be in the understanding the YouTube game and understanding that people are going to dislike you no matter what. But at the time, I was a small YouTuber and I didn't know what to expect, and man, I was destroyed. I was attacked. I was. There was one YouTuber I remember, bigger YouTuber too. Anyone heard of what's his name? What was his name? Badman Reviews. Anyone heard of him? Yeah, he. I remember he said a rude comment about me because I was tricked. I was tricked into something, and I admitted that I was tricked, and I apologized. And he had stated that I was desperate reviews and all this stuff, and that was really hurtful. You know, and I don't hold it against the guy because I can understand, but still, like, thinking back to a YouTuber that was doing, it was quite sizable. You know, I think he's got 30,000 subscribers. You know, it hurt my feelings quite a bit. I remember that. And like I said, I don't hold it against him. But, you know, it was, to say I wasn't hurt, though, would be a lie. What will the next couple of Grand Prix be like? Probably very themed, like Christmas fanatic, but themed. So like, you know, not Christmas, but just holiday. Christmas, holiday. So like, you know, February will be a Valentine's Day Grand Prix, where hearts and love and, you know, and March could be St. Patty's Day. March, April.
Spyro, if you jump at the end of a supercharge
April,
ramp,
May,
you can really go
Easter.
far. I'm all over it.
Then we're back in June. That's upsetting. It is upsetting. It is. And, you know, he made quality videos. I've seen Badman Reviews videos, and he makes good content. And to see somebody his caliber, you know, rip into me, oh man, it broke my heart. Oh, I made mistakes. Mistakes have been made. Heard of him, but not really watching any of his work. Yeah, he was around, I think he's around 30,000 subs. But gosh, man, that hurt a lot. That really hurt my feelings. Wow! Mistakes have been made! Thanks, Zach the Gamer, I appreciate that. Really, I do. Oops. Touch the treetops! Oh, that's really sad that I stuck her up. Regrets! Actually, no, I'm just gonna... I don't want to waste a life, never mind. But yeah, I remember that. So it goes to show, like, here's the thing, and this is something that people don't realize, is that, you know, people criticize each other, you know, there's criticizing and then there's, like, attacking. And people need to be able to realize the difference. Right? Because there is criticizing, there is, and there's critiquing people's work for improvement. And I'm all for that. What I'm not for is the causing of harm or making someone feel terrible about themselves and then guising it as, oh, well, you can't take criticism. Because that was a huge thing that was said about me quite a bit, as well as I couldn't take criticism. And it was, no, it's not that I can't take criticism, it's just I don't agree with some of the criticism. I don't agree with it, right? And, you know, you don't have to agree with when someone critiques you. You know, you might have to think, I don't necessarily agree with that. Here's my reason, right? Got it. Right? Some people were, giving quite harsh, critiques, and I don't agree with that because of this. And it wasn't just like, oh, I don't agree with you because you're stupid. It was like, I don't agree with you, here's why, right?
That was quite a ride, Spyro. You learned a lot since you were a young glider.
Yeah, well, you could have found an easier spot to get stuck.
Haters gonna hate. So take it as a lesson where, yeah, you can be critiqued, and that's okay. It's perfectly fine to be okay, but know the difference between being attacked and being critiqued, and know, because people will say, oh, you're just, because that excuse is used so much where it's like, oh, you just can't. I just totally. We gotta hide the comment, Michael Jude, but yes, you are right. You are right. People can be jerks. Right? So the lesson and the moral of this story is that there are people who want to watch you fail. And that's something that I learned very early on. Is that there are people that they don't know you, they've never met you, they've never even spoken to you, but they don't like you. That's it. And not only do they not like you, they want you to fail. They want you to fail. They want you to suck. They want you to stumble, and they don't want you to succeed. And those people exist. And you don't even know them. You don't even know them. You may have never done a bloody thing to them in your life. Yet they look at you and they say, I don't like you. I don't like you. And that's it. They don't like you. And there's nothing that you can say different. Right? And so they'll try to tear you down in any way, shape, or form. On his channel, unbelievable. I sort of liked his reviews, but to outright say that to you makes me shake my head. Yeah, it is sad. Right? Right? You have to look at the person and wonder, do they have the best interest for you? Do they want to see you grow? Do they want to see you succeed? And if the answer is no, then why are you listening to them? If they want you to suck in life, why would you want to listen to someone that wants you to suck in life? I'm just doing the exact same thing I did before. Maybe get back over to there. There we go. Got it. You don't need that kind of negativity. Of course not. No, no one needs that negativity. Nobody does. No one deserves that negativity in life. People shouldn't have to be attacked like that and then be told, oh, you can't take criticism. Right? And that was a big thing about me. And then, you know, and the thing is that another thing that I learned too is people will scramble for excuses. Any excuse not to like you. So even if you prove somebody wrong on a daily basis where you're like, no, you are wrong, here's why. And you could physically prove them wrong. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. In their eyes, you're still wrong. And I've learned that a lot recently. I learned a lot about that, especially when I was recently, when someone was trying to dismantle my channel because they somehow did a glitch where they impersonated my name and they made me do trolly things on CTR and try to make me look bad. I remember that. And I remember thinking to myself, why? What do you gain from this? And people were saying, yeah, see, I always knew he was a jerk, blah, 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 blah. And then when it was proven that it wasn't me, there was still a few people that said, well, oh, well, it doesn't matter. I still don't like him. This doesn't change my opinion on him. Right? And it's just like, really? You serious? That's how you're... Alright. Right? Even though I was proven, like, yep, he's proven to be perfectly... So the thing is that... And it comes back to... You have to have hope. Again, comes down to you need to have hope for a better tomorrow, for a better day, because people will attack you. But as I've learned, as my subscriber base grows, my viewer base grows, so does my hater base. So it seems like, oh my gosh, I'm getting so many haters. I'm getting so many people who dislike me, who don't like me, when I don't realize that there's also a much more exponentially growing people that do like me and like my content. And here's the thing, and this is something that I've had to really come to terms with, is that, hey, Spyro, how's it going? Don't forget Wild Flight. I'll make sure not to forget Wild Flight after Metalhead. The thing is that people will not like you. And what I've learned is that you have to be able to roll with the punches. Is that, yeah, there are people who don't like you. And something that I learned too is that negativity is more likely to be said than positivity. So, think about this, right? Like, negativity is more likely to be said than positivity. like, I want to ask you guys something, and this is something that is true. How many of you watch a YouTube video casually? I watch a lot of YouTube videos per day. I probably watch at least 2 hours of YouTube per day. Just YouTube, right? How many of those videos do you like? How many of those videos do you subscribe to? And how many of those videos do you leave a comment? And I can promise you that every video that you watch, you don't like or dislike, that you don't comment, it could be a video that you like. It could be, wow, this is a really cool video, and you don't like it, and you don't comment, and that's fine, right? That's fine. I'm not saying my content, I'm saying just content in general. Right? It is very unlikely that people will leave a comment. However, if somebody, which is good, Leon, I'm very happy, but most people are not like you. Yes, C. Rodriguez, that's the thing, is that most people don't. And it's true, and that's fine. It makes sense, right? Because it's asking you, to, it's asking you to take more time. Hey, Nirvana, thank you so much. They're basically, the creator is asking you to take more time out of your day to do something that you think is pointless. Right? But here's the thing, is that there are a lot, mentally, within the general public, a lot of people will, like, let's say you find a video and you really didn't like it. Like, oh, this was clickbaity. Oh, the person that's talking is a jerk. There's the videos that you dislike, you're like, and you just click off. But then there is some of those videos you're like, wow, I do not like this guy. This guy's opinion is bad. I don't agree with it heavily, like strongly. A lot of people will leave a dislike. Right? A lot of people will leave a dislike. And then comment because they're angry, because they want to express their anger in some way and vent. So they leave a comment. And what happens is it translates to more people who are angry are more likely going to engage with your video than people who do like your videos. Right? And that's the general consensus of the public. Now, you guys that are watching right now are a minority, right? I have 49,000 subscribers. Is all 49,000 watching right now? No, of course not, right? Of course not. And likely I will never have a stream that will have the same amount of people that are subscribed to me that are currently watching. It's not going to happen, right? And that's okay, because there's casual fans, there's diehard fans, there's, I would say viewers, sorry. There are people that are like, yeah, I want to make sure that, everything Canadian uploads, I want to know it. And then some people are like, oh yeah, I like his Spyro videos. And some people are like, yeah, I like his streams, or if his video seems cool, I'll watch it, right? And you have varying types of fans, viewers, right? You have casuals, right? And that's okay. So only a small portion is actually going to interact. But the problem is that within that small portion, if there's something that you say that makes somebody angry, even people that don't normally comment, like, or subscribe, they will make sure to leave a comment, they will make sure to leave a dislike, and they will make sure to unsubscribe. How's my daughter doing? She's doing great. And that's something that is how YouTube works. And it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is, and that's just the algorithm. My son needs a cookie. Am I going to play the new Ori game? I'd like to, yes. When when it comes out. And I have to be careful with some of my videos because, you see, I have to balance stuff out. Because the problem is that people accuse me of, oh, all you do is you love Spyro and love Crash and don't criticize it. Then I criticize it and then people get mad at me for criticizing it, right? So it's like, or I criticize something that I genuinely don't like. And I'm like, okay, I genuinely don't like this about the Reignited or Insane trilogy. I don't like XYZ. Then people get mad, but so it's a balance. It's a balance of being able to be clear with what your opinions are. Because for some people, that's their first impression of you. Is, oh wow, this person's hating on Reignited. Why? And they think that you hate Reignited. But they don't look at the context of the channel. Yeah, there's a bunch of no-win situations when it comes to YouTube. When it comes to YouTube, there's a whole bunch of, well, you're doomed if you do, and you're doomed if you don't. Whole bunch of those situations happen all the time. Happen all the time. Where you're just stuck and there's nothing that you can do about it. One of my, like, I still remember my No More Spyro and Crash remakes video has so many dislikes, yet there are a vast amount of people that agree with my opinion. But the reason is that they don't like or comment because they watch, like, yeah, I agree, and they click off. Which is, yeah, that's the normal attention span of a viewer. But the people that disagree, they go vocal. And what happens is that's called the vocal minority, where it's like, it's not everybody. It might seem like it, but it's not. Cool. And not everybody can do YouTubing. It's not, like, technically, yeah, anybody can be a YouTuber, but you need to be able to be dedicated to it because it's not as simple as 1, 2, 3, bang, done, easy, right? No, it's not. One second, sorry. Yeah, Killer Adam. I've started to... Thank you, Arrowman. I appreciate that. But I always script out my content. There's never really a video where I just, let's wing it, right? I always do my research, and and the thing is that it's looking at it at different perspectives, right? Because it's like, okay, everyone's looking at something in this perspective, everyone's looking at this perspective, everyone's looking at this perspective, and then what I like to do is I like to say, let's look at this perspective. How about this perspective? How about that? That. How about the same perspective, but on an angle? How about this perspective, but upside down, right? And that is the type of stuff I like doing, is looking at that, because what happens is that you find more information. Like, if I were to... I'll give you an idea. Let's take this rock. Okay. You see it as a rock, right? Not much information there. Okay. Well, if I looked at it like this, yeah, okay, you can kind of get an idea. You can get an idea. But what if I look at the rock like this? Oh, there's text. It says Serenity on it. Huh. Now you learn more about this rock, because this is how you can do with media and writing scripts and stuff, is that everyone looks at something this way. But what happens if you do this? What happens if you view it like this? What happens if you view it like that? How much more do you learn about the rock? And this is just an idea, right? Just one idea of how to look and see at certain things, right? Here's a coaster, okay? Here's a coaster. Crash Bandicoot coaster. Okay, what if I look at it like this? Well, like, oh wait, there's more information here, right? Most people would just see this, oh, it's a crash coaster, and that's it. But then you can look around here, and you can say, okay, Activision Publishing Inc., Crash Bandicoot Trainwreck, blah, 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 made by Pandalone Products Ltd., Apex House, Dolphin Way, Shore Home by Sea, West Sussex, UK, made in China. So you know what you can do with this coaster? You can look up the company that made this coaster. Now, get ready for this. Get ready for this. You can look at the company that made that coaster and look at what other products they've made. And then what you can do is that you can look up item SKUs, which are items that could be coming in the future of Crash or Spyro, because that means that this company, Paladon, has the trademarks to Crash and Spyro content. So you know what that means? Pay attention to them, because they sometimes will release a product that might be related to Crash and Spyro early, because that happens all the time. Because remember, when the Crash and Spyro shirts were starting to come out early, people weren't paying attention until some people caught on casually. But if you figure out who has the rights to the trademarks of Crash and Spyro, you can pay attention to those companies to see if a product gets dropped early, to be able to determine whether or not new content's on the way. From a coaster! From a coaster! And that's a metaphor that I've learned with explaining things, is look at it from a different point of view. Look at it from a different angle. Look at it differently. Because if you look at it differently than what everyone else is looking at it, that's how I came up with my my Could Crash Be Made by Toys for Bob video. That's exactly how I did it. Everyone was looking at Vicarious Visions, and I was there too. But then I thought to myself, let me look at this differently. I took a step back and I was just like, what if it wasn't? What if it wasn't? What if it was something else? What if it was someone else? Who could it be? And then, Toys for Bob. Turns out that me looking at it a different way worked. And that was a lesson that I've learned. I know I missed one of those things back there. That was a huge lesson that I learned for myself. And of course, you look like a crazy person when doing it. It's like, aw, thank you, Sakura. Need a daily dose of CG. That's so sweet. Thank you. So, my channel has always been to look at the small details, because the small details can be what reveals the bigger picture. Right? Always look for them. And don't just write them off as just, you know, something small or stupid. Pay attention. Because sometimes things that you would have thought were just absolutely tiny and minor get revealed.
Oh, I feel jumping. Are you ready to go?
Go to Dreamweavers. Oh, Intergalactic Gaming, thank you. See there, Cupcaking. Thank you for following over on Twitch. So I've always wanted to promote that thinking, that looking for hints, looking for theories, theorize, make a pie in the sky. Because you never know, there might be portions of it that are true. Right? I was a big person behind the whole theory of the Activision pattern. I still hold to it. But I made a video And I still love that people forget that I made that video where I said, hey, Crash may not actually, you know, the new Crash game might be an exception to the rule because of the new console coming out. Crash doesn't get announced. People are like, wow, you need to take responsibility for the hype that you caused me. I'm like, what? Like, let me ask you something. If I turned around and I said, hey guys, a new Spyro game is coming. Okay, what's your evidence? And I just said, reasons. Because I'm willing it into existence. Because I said it's coming. Would you get hyped? No! No, you wouldn't be hyped. You'd be like, okay, Canadian guy's kind of lost his marbles a little bit. Right? But if I explain something and I give my concept, I'm like, hey, here is why I think this. Here's my reasoning. Bang, 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 bang. What do you think? And then it's logical and you get excited over it. It's like, wow. But is it my fault if it doesn't come to fruition? Of course not. Yes, bro. It sucks that people are stuck with that. Right? So am I responsible for someone's hype if I convince them with facts and evidence? No. Right? So if I got somebody hyped and if someone looked at what I said and got excited over it, it's because a part of them believed what I'm saying, right?
Hello, Spyro.
Right?
Nicely done.
There's a part of them that believed what I said.
Toasted that nasty Nork.
Okay, Mandy. Thank you so much. That'd be really cool if if you see me at PAX, come say hi. But I'm sick and tired of people saying, oh, well, it's your fault I got excited. It's just like, no, I presented facts and ideas. I looked at what was fact, and here are my ideas. What do you think? And if you agreed with me, great. But if you agreed with me and it didn't work out, you can't turn around and say, well, let's blame Canadian. What? It was like I said, I even made a proviso video because it was like, now hold on. I was about to say, like, hey, you know, I made a proviso video saying, now hold up, there's a possibility.
The fools you see in this world are invincible, but that does not mean they shouldn't be attacked.
Sounds all right to me.
Yeah. Theories do not equal promises. Exactly, Terracat. Exactly. Theories do not equate to promises. It's a theory. Theories break. People get excited about theories all the time and they get debunked. Oh yeah, Gen Baconator, of course. Here we go. These. Alright, so we got an hour and 12 minutes before we hit the midnight hour of 2020.
Welcome to the dream
Azizi,
young
not
one.
Azizi.
While chasing Nasty's minions in this world, you must expect
Not
the
Azizi, sorry.
unexpected.
Vanny, turn on, don't. Hey,
for
how's
what
it going,
is
man?
not there.
Happy New Year, man. Best wishes to you as well. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. Alright, I gotta quickly go to the bathroom and check on my wife to make sure that she's okay. Make sure that the babe is okay. To see if she needs anything. So, I will be right back. I need to go check to see if Wife and Hope is good. Hopefully, Wife and Hope are good. And bathroom break, of course. Guys. Oh. You guys are awesome. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, TerraCap, for the $2 super chat. Long live tradition. Thank you so much. Speedy Springtrap donated $2 to super chat. Donation Train, thank you so much. Dark Paladin donated $2 to super chat. The road to the actual baby 22 is back up again. Oh gosh. Sarah Spyro fan donated £10. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Speedy Springtrap donated $2 to super chat. And another one, because why not? You guys, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie Reifenberg. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, just a little bit random. How's it going? We are an hour and 6 minutes away. So unfortunately, David has a little bit of a cough, which is kind of sad. He's got like he's very congested in his lungs and he's starting to cough. Somebody got him sick. Wall. Hello, Governor. Might have a cup of sugar. Bye-bye. Hello, Governor. So I hope he gets better super time. You can't take him in unless you have a fever. He's just over a year and a half. Got a bit of a cough. Poof. How about a spot of tea? Get icy for it. Nice. Oops. I feel this one's going to be a little bit rough. I did, Mandy, I did. Thank you. Yeah, I remember when I came up with that theory, whatever happens to Crash happens to Spyro, it's because they're like brother IPs. Go, hit that. Done that. Quit. One second here. What was I gonna do now? Crash. Crash released a tweet earlier that I'm still him and Han over. I was just like, It was kind of weird. It was this. Where was this ornament hiding? Christmas tree with a thinking thought. And it's obviously a crate. Crash crate. And a Christmas tree. And I don't know if that should mean anything or not. Like, I don't want to pass it off because you gotta watch Crash and Spyro because there's little hints. Always. They always drop little tiny hints. So don't ever write something off as just as is. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. So, and that's the secret. That's the figuring out, hey, is it legitimate? Is it not legitimate? Who knows? Lots of castles over here. Do I think they'll redo Croc? I don't think so. Now, I'm unfamiliar with the series Croc, Mickey at Night, so I would have to do some research on it, see who developed it, are they still active, have they sold the IP, etc. Terracat! Terracat donated $20.20. Happy New Year from your East Coast fans. Aw, Terracat! Thank you so much. My mother's from the East Coast. Thank you so much, Terracat, for the $20.20, the 2020 going into 2020. We've got a 2020 donation. We got Trev, who had donated $2,020 in his lifetime. As you can see, the top donor, it's set to 2020. Man, you guys like the pattern 2020. Lining that up. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. But I love Croc. I don't know. I'm saying I don't know for Croc right now. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I don't know. I have no idea. I gotta see the sales of Croc. Where was it popular? There's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't want to turn around and say, yeah, sure, why not, when I don't know. I think there was, because there was another one that's just like it, that was similar to, like, Croc. I think it was Gex. I think I had a little bit of research on Gex. I don't know if it turned out to be good news or not. I can't remember. Of course, it's going to be a perfect vision year. 2020! I like it! And, I goofed it! I dodged the jump! Bye! Puffer bird, puffer bird. Puffer, 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 puffer bird, puffer bird. And keep it. And ship. Get out of here. You know what? Ha! Come on, and Shibuya. Bye! Those things are birds? Yeah, those things are birds. Hey, Andre Yokoyama donated 5 rupees, I believe. Sorry. Happy New Year from Brazil. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Andre. I'm sorry it says $R$. I'm unfamiliar with that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you so much.
Berries are always on your side, Spyro.
Woo! Now, Sunflower might be joining us 15 minutes before 2020 hits, so... You miss me. Nope. Nope. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. Did Wrath of Cortex sell well? I think Wrath of Cortex overall sold pretty good because it was trailing off the ends of Warped. Venomous123 donated $5 through Super Chat donation, but CG. Before I get my nasty Nork tattoo on my right calf muscle, I'll be getting a Bender tattoo for Futurama on my left ankle this Friday. I love Bender. Bender is hilarious. There are so many jokes from Bender that I love. Oh, you're serious. Let me laugh harder. One of my favorite lines. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, and I'm super excited if there's any way that you could share the tattoo, maybe on Twitter or Discord or something. That would be pretty cool to see, Venomous. Thank you so much for the awesome support and donation, man. Thank you. All right, here we go. Drop down. And there we go. Done, done, and done. What parts of California would exactly, Michael Jude? We can't show that comment, but I see it, Michael Jude. Yes.
Ah, Spyro, thanks. Supercharge will get you to new places here in Lofty Castle.
What parts of California would I honestly anywhere? The nice parts. No, seriously though, I went to California once, and it was such a shame the short visit that I had. I wish I could. I really wish Activision could have paid for me to stay for just one extra day. I would have been such. Oh no. Oh, nice! Got it! I would have been so happy. But Phase Rug, there's nothing that I can say that will affect Activision's plans. They don't bend to my will, unfortunately. Is there a way you can still play? Yeah! I like the Norks. The Norks are pretty awesome villains in general. Press the Bonk! So what is my favorite Spyro? Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Cop-out answer. If I had to choose one, it would be Spyro 1 Reignited. This game specifically is just, like, in my opinion, the perfect Spyro game. I don't think Toys for Bob could have improved this game, like, at all. 10 out of 10. Perfect. Like, I could play Spyro 1 over and over and over again and be happy. Phase Rug, that's not going to affect anything. You do realize that these games are planned like 3-4 years ahead. So there's already a production in queue. Ow! Did I like Hero's Tale?
Thank you for releasing me.
Not my favorite. Not my favorite, if I had to be honest. Not my favorite Spyro game. Not the worst. Definitely not the worst. But definitely not my favorite. It would get a solid 6 out of 10 for me. If I had to choose one. But if I had to score Hero's Tale, I don't know, just didn't really resonate well with me, in my opinion. Maybe because I don't have nostalgia to it. I know a lot of people do. I am not one of those people. So maybe it was like a nostalgia thing. It's kind of like with me and Wrath of Cortex. I'm not a fan of Wrath of Cortex. So honestly, I have a bit of a different opinion as to what is the worst Spyro game, because I have two that are actually tied from what I've played myself. So one of them is obviously Enter the Dragonfly. But the other one, and I know a lot of people will like attack me for this, I did not like Eternal Night. I really, really did not like Eternal Night. I nicknamed it Eternal Suffering. I did not like it. It was... Here's the thing, is that, like, Enter the Dragonfly was worse as a status of a game, but in terms of, like, entertainment value, the glitches were funny. Eternal Night was... No. I didn't mind the Legend of Spyro, the Legend of Spyro series. I didn't mind it, but Eternal Night was just, oh, it was so bad. I couldn't get into it. Yeah, I couldn't. I beat it, and I remember when I beat it, it wasn't even like a sense of achievement. It was just like. There was no sense of achievement. There was just a sense of, thank goodness, I'm done. I never have to play this game ever again. And honestly, I've thought about talking about Eternal Night, but I've literally not wanted to do it. And you want to know the reason why? I didn't want to do it because I don't want to record the footage for it. I didn't want to. Like, that would mean that I would have to sit down and record footage for Eternal Night. And I don't want to. I don't want to. It's like, I don't even want to sit down and record it. I don't even want to talk about it. I just know. Eternal Night, Eternal Suffering. I hated it. You don't have the... It's not great quality because the quality that you guys see is lower, and then when it renders out, it goes even lower. So, the quality dips every time you render. The main theme... There was some really nice music for The Legend of Spyro. There was some really, really nice music. It was very pretty at times. But gosh, Eternal Night, I would argue, and this is a weird statement, I would argue, in terms of entertainment value, was worse than Enter the Dragonfly. Because at least Enter the Dragonfly had really dumb moments that were so dumb it became funny. It was like, wow, this is awful. It's great. Kingdom Wayfire donated $2.79 Canadian through the super chat. Dawn of the Dragon is where it's at. Who agrees? Dawn of the Dragon was... I'll be honest, like, thank you so much for the donation. Out of all three games, Dawn of the Dragon was the most solid out of the three. I did enjoy it more than A Hero's Tale, but personally for me, it also didn't help too that I had to emulate it on the PS3 emulator, and that sucked. Because the PS3 emulator was just like stuttering and dying. But it was alright. It was alright. I didn't mind Another Dragon. It had positives, it had its negatives, it had its ups, it had its downs. Talk about Skylanders. I'm old and don't even know what it's about. So Skylanders is like... So Skylanders is just kind of a touchy subject. Personally, for me, I didn't like the Skylanders franchise, personally. But that's a personal opinion. I understand the interest, though. I do get it. It's not like it's, you know, it's not like I'm like, why do people like this? I get it. I understand. It's just, I don't. Talking about Skylanders is a very, very touchy subject. And you gotta be careful. And I have to be careful too, because I know Skylanders has a very, very strong fan base still. I know it does, and I know that there are people who are very, very much know they love Skylanders. Now, I have to remember too, that a lot of people that actually enjoyed Skylanders are now adults, which is something that blows my mind because I'm almost 25, right? I'm almost 25, and I have to remember that the people that played it as kids, they're now in their 20s. They're buying cars, and they're buying houses.
Hey, Spyro. All dragons know there's magic in a fairy
Manuel Garcia
kiss.
donated $5 to
See
Super
what it
Chat.
can do to
Skylanders
your
is basically the
power
loot
flame.
crates, but you know what you're getting. I mean, at least you know what you're doing. At least you know what you're getting. Thank you so much for the $5 Super Chat. I appreciate that. I'm a part of the Skylanders fan base. I'm 17. Yeah, you see, here's the thing. If you talk positively about Skylanders, you affect one side of the fan base. If you talk negatively about Skylanders, you affect another side of the fan base. But there is a video I do want to do, and it's that because people attack Skylanders so much back when Spyro was no longer a thing, my question is that was Skylanders really, like, the question is that was Skylanders really that bad now that we have Spyro in that context? Because you have to think, a lot of people were simply, the reason why people didn't like Skylanders was because they lost Spyro because of it. And you have to understand, even those who love Skylanders or were introduced to Skylanders first, you have to understand people being upset about that because people were like, okay, in exchange for Spyro, we get Skylanders. And a lot of people were visibly upset about that because we lost how Spyro was. But now that we have Spyro back, and now back in the main platforming scene, in his OG ways, was Skylanders really that bad? Looking back now in context, right? And there's a lot of debate here. There's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot to dissect, and there's a lot of soft language that has to be used for the video, because you say one wrong thing and you're gonna the video will get attacked and obliterated and destroyed by both sides of the fan bases. And if you say Kingdom Way Fire donated $2.80 through Super Chat. If only Spyro and Skylanders could coexist. Hey, you know what? Again, if thank you so much for the 280. If they did coexist, I wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't mind if Activision hired a few more companies to make Skylander games. Sure, have at it. You know. I say that because I wouldn't want them to lose the workflow, because there is a sense of workflow that's set up between Toys for Bob, Beanox, and Vicarious Visions. You wouldn't want to interrupt that with another different project. But because working in, not working in the game industry, but working in the visual effects industry, I understand how workflows work and how if you don't have a proper workflow on things, you are going to cause mass destruction. So you don't want to shift someone off of a project when they're invested on the project. You know, like for example, if one studio has all the assets already for one thing and have already started, you don't want to change their direction, because if you do, you're going to cause a jar in the system. And trust me, I know, because I experienced stuff like that, jars in the system, and you don't want to do that. Now, there is... Okay, so I'm going to say it on stream, and I'm not going to make it into a video. I'm not going to make it into a video, but there was a rumor that I heard from a reputable source. Now, of course, this is a rumor. Rumor, speculation, speculation, rumor, but I will say the source that I got it from is
Hold your horns.
quite
Here comes Spyro.
reputable.
Patience, little one. You'll soon have the opportunity to battle the one who matters most.
And what
Nasty Nork.
I was told by said reputable source, and they said it was a rumor as well. So it's possible that it doesn't even exist, because it was what they heard through the grapevine. But it was someone from a reputable source, and I'm not going to say who, but you guys know me. When I say reputable source, trust me, that there was a reason why Spyro's design was that way. And that originally, Spyro's design was much more rounded, but because there was going to be a mass production of toys, they wanted a more squared off body type for the Skylanders, because they modeled the in-game models to the toys and not the toys to the models. So they would create the toy, and then the toy would be sent over, and then they would create the character from the toy. And Spyro's design was made its way so that, because they knew that Spyro was going to be the most popular character and the highest in demand, that they made the mold square and more boxy so that it was easier for the molds and was able to produce faster for the Christmas seasons and stuff. Because more rounded characters is harder. The source that I got it from is pretty reliable, but I'm not going to say who. But Spyro was designed that way. And there was a rumor that it wasn't even Toys for Bob's design either. That wasn't the initial design by TFB. Now, of course, that's a rumor. That's speculation. But the source that I got it from is pretty good, I will say. So that is part of the reason why. Now, of course, you don't believe me? That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly okay. And I understand if you don't believe me. But the source that I got it from, pretty close to the project. You know? And I'm not saying it's a developer either, just saying. Someone close with the Skylanders franchise. I don't really want to do a triple R for Ratchet and Clank, because Ratchet and Clank is still a fairly Like they just kind of had. Oh no. No! They just kind of. They kind of already made a sort of remake slash remaster slash reboot of the original games based off the movie. I mean, it would be cool to kind of get, not up your arsenal, but going commando done that way. That would be cool, but the point of the whole point of Triple R is for maybe games and titles that are not active. Now, I know I just did one in Crash Bash, but part of the reason why I did it for Crash Bash is because it was such a largely requested and asked for thing, and it was different from what a regular Crash game did. I would not do the Wrath of Cortex Triple R. That's a no. I wouldn't do that. Right, because that's a mainline Crash game.
You've become a master of the supercharge. Great work.
Hey, Speedy Springtrap donated $5 to Super Chat. Can't stay out much longer, so hope you all have a spectacular new year. Thank you so much, Speedy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the amazing words of wisdom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you as well, my friend. And I cannot wait to be able to spend it with you guys, creating more videos, more live streams. Like I'm not succeeding here. Or I guess I did succeed somehow. Give me a smooch. Yeah. Now I'm unstoppable. Where the particle effects are coming off. But yes, Skylanders and Spyro, making a video about it is really tricky. Because there's still people that... Because there is still people that have mass aggression towards Skylanders. Like, yikes aggression. And there are people that are angry against those people. The people that are like, how dare you insult Skylanders? Oh, come on! But yeah, it's a very particular subject to talk about. Ooh, son of a gun. And when making videos talking about it, you have to be careful. I have to be careful too because this is really sad, and I wish I didn't have to say this, but it's true, is that some opinions that someone may have, I have to be careful because I've been... I know it sounds so scary and weird to say, but I have to think about the safety of my family now when it comes to... I have to think of the safety of my family now when it comes to my gaming opinions. And some people say, well, that's a little over dramatic. It's like, no, it's true. Things have been happening with certain opinions of mine that, you know, overall haven't been good. And I gotta be careful, you know, and I hate the fact that I have to be careful with my gaming opinions at times because, like, literally, I've been sent people attempting to dox me because I had a different opinion than them. And if they could, they would. So it sucks that I have to be a little, like, I'm not going to start covering up my personal opinion for that. I'm not. But I might avoid certain subjects if I feel like it's going to compromise me or my family. Right? Because people getting swatted, people getting attacked, people getting reported, and all these things. It's just... Exactly, Terra Cat. Yeah. Right? And if it was just me, I wouldn't care. Right? But I got a little girl now. I got my son. And I have to be careful because people literally will do this type of stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I receive emails to my private email of threats, death threats. I've been, you know, like I said, I've been reported on things. It's bad. It sucks because of an opinion on a video game. But people do it. See you there, Dark Spyro Gaming. Yeah, it is baloney. It sucks. It sucks that people would do that. That people feel the need to have to make you feel like you're in danger because you said, I don't like this thing about a purple dragon. What's wrong with people? I don't know. I don't know. People try to expose my name. People try to send things through the mail. People trying to, or not necessarily not to, they want to take my name and try to find me. It's scary. It is scary. And off we go. Oh yeah. You know, I have to be careful. Like, there was, this year, there was that kid that won, that just won Streamer of the Year, and he won the Fortnite, tournament. Young kid, cool kid. I've seen some interviews with him. Nice, seems like a nice kid. And he got swatted. He got swatted. You know, SWAT team had to come in and everything, and he had to, you know, get down on the ground, get the handcuffs put on, have him sat in his seat. They go through his house, check. So I might literally have to contact someone and be put like on, I think it's called the white list, because there's the black list and there's a white list, I believe. And I believe the white list, I'm trying to remember what it is. But it's basically something where if someone calls in and does something like that, they investigate first before they take action. Right? Like, you let them know, hey, I'm somebody that has somewhat of an internet following. It is possible that someone might try to cause harm towards me. And then when that harm does come along, they question you first and they try to figure out. Exactly, Jill Valentine. That's the exact mental mind process of that. That's ridiculous.
The enemies here can be quite frightening, but you should watch the fools.
I'd rather flame the fools.
Now you're thinking.
just gives me mad anxiety thinking about it. You know what I mean? Now, luckily, I will say this though, is that one of the things that I am happy about is that recently police and authorities in general have started to really understand this, because especially with that case where the one guy that got swatted and got killed. Oh, it's okay, Charlemagne. It happens.
Thank you for releasing me.
So one of the things that, you know, the police have started to do is that police have started to take these calls seriously and started to understand that this is a thing. You know, this is a thing that happens nowadays, where people attack each other over an opinion on a video game. Right? There's a few people that I met, like, in person, even talking. Like, there's a few people, like, for example, there's some people that I had who were haters of me who became viewers because I talked to them. That was it. That's all it was. You know, I hopped into a Discord one day. They were there. I said hi to them, and we, you know, I just talked and just, you know, gave my opinions on a few things. And then they turned out to say, well, he's not that bad.
I think you just might be the dragon to defeat Nasty Nork. That's me, all right.
Right? There are just some people that were like, there are some people that, like, they didn't like me, and then they just talked to me, and they didn't think I was that bad of a guy. Swallowing is a waste of tax. Of course it's a waste of tax dollars. It's a waste of, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of effort, it's a waste of... Because imagine, you know, there are actual other people that would require that help, and here they are, you know, dealing with, because a 16-year-old thought that, you know, lost to a professional Fortnite player, or somebody had an opinion about their favorite video game that they didn't like. You know, there was a story of this kid, and this was like the big thing that happened that made SWAT start really locking down. So what happened was that there was this guy, and his big shtick was that he wanted to swat people. He liked the power that he had from swatting people. And what he did was that he had swatted people multiple times, and, you know, got them scared and, you know, all this stuff because he thought it was funny. And then there was, he got what he thought was true information about this one streamer, and called in a SWAT, you know, got him swatted. Here was the problem though, is that he got the wrong address, and the person that he swatted was down the street from, or like, you know, like a few neighborhoods away or something like that. Basically it was nearby, but it wasn't his exact address. And what happened was that the guy got killed, and it wasn't even the guy that he was trying to swat. It was just some random stranger who was just taking, you know, him and his wife and his baby were just doing their thing, and all of a sudden the SWAT show up, and one thing led to another, and he gets shot and he dies. And because of that happening, police have started to really
Thanks, Spyro. I'd love to help you catch Nasty, but I'd really hate to be trapped in Crystal again.
On this kind of
Don't worry.
stuff.
The only one that's gonna be trapped is him.
They've really, like, are trying to make sure, like, hey, this stuff is taken care of, and that this doesn't happen again. Now, of course, this is all few and far in between. It's very, very, very rare that this happens. But as you grow in popularity, so do the chances, right? And it could literally be for anything that someone feels validated in getting somebody swatted.
Thank you for releasing me.
Yeah, let's try to keep I try to keep political politics in general out of chat, just because unfortunately it gets volatile really fast. I mean, maybe 10 years ago we could have, but now no, it's no. I don't see the loading times increasing on CTR. I haven't experienced that personally. You see, now, I wouldn't necessarily say I have fame, right? And that's... To say that makes me uncomfortable. To say that I have any sort of fame, it makes me greatly uncomfortable, because I don't see that. Right? Aw, thank you, Charlene. I really appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Ow! Alright! Let's see if we can go get Jacques. And then see if Sunflower will be joining us for the last part of the stream. You see, I wouldn't even say that I'm internet famous. I mean, like... okay, so how do I explain this? 50,000 subscribers is, in the grand scheme of things, like, okay, I think 50,000 is huge. I do. I think 50,000 is huge, but I don't think that you can consider yourself internet famous until you hit like 1 million. I mean, if I hit like 100,000, 200,000, I just stayed there and I was able to maintain my full-time job with that, I would be perfectly fine, right? And just kind of chill there. But to say that I'm internet famous, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, being known for something would be cool. That would be kind of neat to be able to be like, oh, you know, Canadian guy is known for his nostalgic stuff like Crash, Spyro, Banjo, and Sly. Yeah, sure, I'm down for that. You know, and maybe recognized, but famous? I don't know. Spyro famous. Because here's the problem. Is that as soon as you become famous, it starts to become harder to make friends. And what I mean is that, you know, sure, people want to talk to you, but they want to talk to you because you're who you are, and not, or the status that you have. I'm not... Maybe I am selling myself short, Duplo. I don't know. I have a lot of mixed feelings and thoughts about it. Right? And, you know, as soon as you're considered, oh, you're famous, you know, people also, and something that I've noticed is people dehumanize you. Right? Like, people dehumanize you, like, as if, like, you're a person that has issues. It's just like, oh, I have these issues. And then people just sum it up to, well, you're famous, so shut up. You're privileged, you're this, you're that, and it's like, well, like, not that I am overly happy, not that I am, you see, wording it is kind of hard. I am so happy with having the opportunity to do YouTubing as a full-time job. Really, I am. It brings me so much joy to my heart to be able to do this.
Care.
And I love it, and I love being able to interact with you guys. What I don't like is political silliness that comes with it sometimes. Like, okay. Sharktooth King! How's it going, my friend? Yes, it's been a while. Hey, CG, it's been a while. So happy to start a new decade. Aw, thank you. Hell, I'm going to go get my wife to see if she wants to join us for the last part of the stream. 1 second. This won't be long. Nope, Sunflower won't be joining us tonight, and that's okay. She's kind of feeling a little under the weather, too, and she just gave birth to, you know, a baby. She just pushed out an 8-pound watermelon, so think she deserves that. Terracat donated $2 super chat. Sunflower! 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 Aw, it sucks, but it's okay. That's fine. We got a little bit more time before the stream ends. Non-alcoholic, by the way. I don't drink. Almost 8 pounds. 7 pounds and 14 ounces, but we're gonna say 8 pounds. We're gonna say 8 pounds. So any good new Spyro mods? There's definitely been a few, but I haven't been able to cover them so much recently. But hopefully in the new year I will. Sunflower deserves a break. Yes, she does. She was sleeping. Ooh, actually, speaking of, hold on a second. 1 second, I gotta grab one more thing. Someone just mentioned chocolate. So this is some of my Christmas chocolate. I still got another 2 bars left of this. I'm going to try to eat some of it tonight, at least when the countdown hits. This is chocolate peanut butter, kind of like Reese's, but better. Like gourmet. Chocolate? So what's my next idea for Triple R? Banjo-Kazooie. That's the next idea. I wanted to. Banjo-Kazooie was actually going to be the next one. It wasn't supposed to be Crash Bash. However, there was something I was waiting on, and I got it, which was the interview with Steve Mail. So I'll be able to talk a little bit about, you know, get some really good info. That's kind of the exclusive to Triple R and exclusive to the channel. A little bit now, actually. Stuff is good. Hey! Duple Block donated $2 through Super Chat, and I died. What was a short or long-term goal you have? Okay. So, I'll give you one of each. Short-term goal right now is to get to PAX, hit 50,000 subscribers, and get a better workflow. I just watched that. Get a better workflow going, get a better overall way to be able, so I just botched it again, man. Trying to talk. So there's that. Long-term goal. I want to be able to run I want to expand more than Canadian Guy A. You see, I am Canadian Guy A. Canadian Guy A is me. But I want to do more. And the problem is that Canadian Guy A has, not the problem, but Canadian Guy A has formed into a certain thing that I love doing, which is video essays, talking about news, theories, and Happy New Year, Mandy. Thank you so much for tuning in over on Twitch. I appreciate that. And this is a mold that Canadian Guy A has become. And I'm okay with that, and I'm happy. But I want to go more. Let's go more, let's go bigger, let's go better. And I want to be able to talk about certain subjects, but maybe not just me, but I want to hire a crew. I want to be able... Chocolate! Thank you so much, Sharktooth King, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. And so, nostalgia has become a buzzword
Any advice
for
this battle?
this channel.
Advice? A wise
And I'm
dragon
happy about
once
that.
told me aim high in life, but watch out for flying boxes.
But I want to grow. So what I want to do is I eventually want to create more than just one channel. And for it to be managed by a team of people. I want to... If you guys ever seen Good Mythical Morning, you know, they have a team of people. I want to be able to have a team of people, right? I want CG Entertainment to be more than just me, but for people who have a like-mindedness like me to be able to come together and be able to craft entertainment of video games to everybody, and then maybe go beyond video games, go to movies as well, because I love movies, and I have so many theories and talk about movies and stuff, but I can't. Within the confines of this channel, I can't do that. And the thing is that I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time to be able to do it. Some people are like, oh, you know, just talk about it. It's like, no, I don't got enough time. I don't have the time to be able to talk about these things because I'm managing my channel, right? I'm currently managing my own channel, which is requiring me to be, you know, full-time. I would also love to do a personal blog channel. I would love to be able to do a personal blog channel. I would love to be able to do the CGE family and for us to all just hang out and chill. That would just be amazing. There's so many things I want to do. But the problem is, and this is where the problem that I'm at. This is the problem I'm at, is that I'm making enough money to be able to maintain this channel, to be able to have it continue to grow, and to be able to maintain my family, and to be able to survive well. To be able to survive and to be able to be fairly comfortable. Fairly comfortable. I'm being open with you guys, to be fairly comfortable. I'm not, you know, I don't drink, I don't do recreational drugs, I don't do any of that, so I save a lot of money in that sense. And all the games that I get to play or buy are all write-offs through taxes, so in some way I'm still saving money. So, but I'm not making enough money to be able to hire somebody full-time. So as you know, I have Shemp as a part-time editor on the channel, and he's helped so much. And because of Shemp, I'm able to produce more content faster. But the problem is that I'm in that weird range where I'm not making enough to be able to pay for a second person full-time. What I want to do is, in long term, I want to be able to hire somebody full-time so that I can be able to focus on certain aspects, send it off to them, and then I can work on more stuff and start the next project. So the next long-term thing is to be able to be earning enough money, whether it be through Patreon or through whatever, to hire a team of people to be able to create more content on more channels. Does that make sense? Does that make sense at all in terms of managing a channel, right? Is that I want to be able to hire people and be able to grow, and then go from there. Wolfman donated $5. Wolfman donated $5 super chat. Long time no donate, but guy, I would help if I lived by you and you would pay me in tacos and chocolate. I mean, that would be a pretty good payment, wouldn't it? Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you. The problem is that it's a business arrangement, and there's a lot of lingo that has to go down, a lot of legalistic things, and it's annoying to deal with, but it is what it is. And you know, it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. But thank you. I do appreciate that, Wolfman. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. But I might have to start like hiring soon. Already I am starting to expand. I have like almost like a team that I go to. So like if I need art done, you'll notice that if you notice, I'll like get Mel the Honeybee to do a bunch of these art recreations. You guys have seen them. You've seen all these crazy pieces of art, like the Mr. Crumb art. There's a whole bunch of pieces of art that I have recreated. The Coco art. That's something that is like that I go to Mel the Honeybee specifically for that stuff. But I commission her. She's not on my team. She's not hired by me full time, right? She's, you know, she is an artist, my go-to artist. My sound guy, Imperfect Sound, great buddy of mine. He's not an employee of mine, but he's my go-to sound guy, right? So I'm starting to grow. All right, 2 minutes and 17
Keep up the
seconds.
Good work, Spyro.
16.
I expect Nasty's really starting to worry about you.
I'd be shaking in my Nork boots if I were him.
Go. It's a minute and a half before New Year is here. So, I got my non-alcoholic wine set up. People ask all the time, why do you drink that? I'm like, because I don't drink. So, as we count down to 2020, I couldn't think of anyone better to spend it than with you guys. You guys have been amazing. You guys have supported this channel more than I could ever ask for. You people, I call you beautiful people because you are beautiful people. You are the backbone of this channel, and it allows me to be able to do what I do. And I can't thank you guys enough. You know, a million thank yous wouldn't show my appreciation to be able to do this. I remember last year at this time, we were around Happy New Year, CG, watching Ball Drop with my BF. That's awesome, Shark Tooth King. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. 18 seconds, 17 seconds. This new year is to you guys. Here we go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Woo! Cheers to you. Everyone watching at home, everyone tuning in for a New Year's. Thank you to all of you. It means the world to me that you've supported me through this year. New decade. We're now in 2020. That's incredible. Can you believe that? 2020? There are movies that talk about this year that we've seen. And we're here. It's here. It's now. Happy New Year, everybody. And thank you so much for tuning in. We all have 2020 vision. Hey! No, we all... It's incredible to have you here. Happy New Year from Chile. Happy New Year from the Eastern Standard Time of Canada. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in for the stream. Now, we're going to... I called dibs on the first donation of the year of 2020. The 1 seconds before 2020, I win. That's true. That's true. So, hey, technically, first donation of the year goes to Dark Paladin. So, yes, we're going to have a 15-minute Q&A for anybody. Hey, Coco Banku Fun is the first person to donate a bit in 2020. Thank you so much. Dark Paladin, I win! Derek Cat with the second donation. Dark Snipe me. Dang you. Thank you so much, Derek Cat, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. So, Happy New Year. Congrats on starting this new chapter of your life with a daughter. Yes. Oh, my little newborn. My little hope. So, 15-minute Q&A. You know what? Maybe we'll go 20-minute Q&A. Why not? Let's have a 20-minute Q&A. So how's the future? I'm stuck in 2019 for another 3 hours. The future, stinks. Yeah, the future is weird. Thank you so much, Shark Tooth King, for the $2 super chat. Dang it. That donation war has begun. Thank you so much, everyone. So, Happy New Year's, everybody. 20-minute Q&A. What do I have to do to get a YouTube crossover with you? Well, the problem is with that is that that's a complicated question. Right? It depends on the content that you make. It depends on... There's a whole bunch of stuff that it depends on. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, Chris. Happy New Year. Is it weird... how surreal it is. Weird. It is weird. 2020. Man, now when I do the dates, it's going to be so weird. And 2020. It's like, what? What newer franchises are you obsessed with? Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn. I picked up the game case today, and I almost went into Autobot mode and just put it in my PS4 to play it. I love Horizon Zero Dawn, and I would love to talk about it all the time, but it doesn't fit the channel, and it depresses me, but I'm still going to stream it, so... I'll stream it, so that's how I'll be able to play it. Do I have any more Sly Cooper videos in the video? Yes, I do. I do. Killer Adam donated £5 to Super Chat. Have you noticed that loading times for CTR Online has increased by 50%? Try it out and make a video on your findings. I already know the findings, Killer Adam. I already know the issue. Thank you so much for the £5 Super Chat. It's because there's less players playing. You have to understand peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer. I will be making a video kind of like this. But peer-to-peer is very complicated. And what it does is that it starts from you and expands out searching. And connects to closest users, and less people playing, the less people playing, the further it has to search, and then once it gets all 8 players, because it's had to search so far, to be able to load up, it takes longer. Thank you so much, TrevPro, for the $5 Streamlabs donation. First Streamlabs of the year. That is correct. You are right. Thank you so much, TrevPro, for the $5, and thank you so much for your constant support. So that's why it takes so long, because it requires so many people to load up, because everybody is so far from each other. Because everyone is so far from each other, because there's less players playing, that means it's harder for everyone to stay connected. Why did you not make a dad joke about the end of the decade? Because I'm tired? Is Streamlabs working alright for you? Yes, it is. Flandyman! Yo, Flandyman! Comes in with a $50 super chat. Happy New Year! Welcome to 2020. Flandyman, Flandyman, Flandyman. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kenny. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, Flandyman, for the $50. That's crazy. Thank you. Happy New Year, my dude. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. That's cheers to you. What was your favorite game of 2019? Switch and non-Switch. So, I don't know where Sire is. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I miss him. I miss Sire. I do. So when your channel really started taking off, were you nervous? Yeah, excited to see that happen so quickly, because over the past few days, that's how I've been feeling. It's nervous. It's a nervous excitement. It's seeing a potential, something that seems impossible start happening. So it's a sense of, oh my gosh, it's happening, but you have to keep on it. You have to keep on it, otherwise you'll fall. You have to keep up. How do you stream off the PS4 with no crashes? I don't. I stream through an Elgato through my computer, because the streaming, onboard streaming for both the Xbox and PlayStation is not great. Backwards compatibility, Daniel Ivy. So for the Switch, my favorite game of the year was probably Pokemon Shield. And then CTR. Pokemon Shield and CTR. They were both great games. I'm currently playing Jedi Fallen Order, and that's actually a lot of fun. Final review of Pokemon Sword and Shield. A lot of people really, really emphasize on a lot of minor things. I wouldn't say maybe minor, but I would say that definitely, if you're a Pokemon fan, pick up Pokemon Sword or Shield. It was fantastic. What's your favorite Spyro game that's not Spyro Reignited? Spyro 2. Spyro 2. Yeah, Keela, that's awesome to hear. I got a Switch for Christmas and got Super Mario Odyssey. What? That's great. That's fantastic. I recommend... I will also add on to the one question that was asked. My favorite unsuspected game was Untitled Goose Game. Man. That was incredible. That was such a great experience. That's possible, Venomous, where the Easter, April is Spyro. It's possible. Well, I live in the Eastern Standard Time, so sorry. We love the Goose. Oh man, the Goose Game's fantastic. So good. Like, whoever would have came up with this game, like, hey, you play as a goose, you hate everything, and you steal stuff. And the music is so good. Spyro met Ratchet? Ratchet? I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me. Oh, the Goose Game is so much fun. It's fun puzzles. The music is great. My only issue with the Goose Game is that it wasn't long enough. It's got everything I like. It's got strategy. It's got puzzles. It's got massive amount of humors. Massive amount of humors. Massive amount of humor. It's got a duck. Will Sonic get a Triple R episode? Yes, actually. Sonic Adventure is on the possibility tab. Definitely. Do you want to do a Crash of the Titans live stream? It is on the docket. I want to be able to say I've played every single console Crash game. So, Twinsanity, Crash of the Titans, and Mind Over Mutant is on the docket. Reminds me of Mr. Grinch on a daily basis without Christmas. Untitled Goose Game was a great game. It was. It was fantastic. Well, I think of Devil May Cry 5. So, I don't play Devil May Cry, but DMC 5 is definitely a decent game from what I play. I played a little bit of it. Will it be available to stuff I sent you from Beta M? Probably not, because it was sent in private, and I don't want to betray the trust of Beta M. There's a few... I have trust in... I don't necessarily say I have trust with Beta M, but Beta M has visited my streams a few times, and I will say that there is... I would think that there's some form of a little bit of trust in between, but I'm starting to finally become okay with the Crash Bandicoot fan base, because there's a large portion that doesn't like me. So, you know, I'm becoming friends with some of the more bigger, not pillars, but more the people that a lot of those people look to, so that, you know, I don't want to betray trust with anybody. So I wouldn't want to do that. Found something about release date has been delayed again. I found in the game it's been delayed. Okay, that might be something to talk about. Did you hear that a new BioShock is in the works? Thoughts? I didn't play the original BioShock. It was... Okay, Google, stop. Why was there an alarm from Google? That's weird. Anyway. Ronald Coyote. Actually, that's a very, very, very interesting question. With all the PlayStation advertising, do you think Sony is trying to buy the rights to Crash Bandicoot? You know what? I have been thinking about that for a while. I have thought about that for a while. And it's a possibility. It really is. I think that Sony might be wanting to steal the rights of Crash from Activision. Will that work? I don't know. However, I have heard rumors. There was a rumor last year that there was a potential Oh, Dark Paladin donated $2 super chat. 51 more for community meetups. Yes, yes. 51,000. I would try to set up something, at least something. There has been a interesting theory floating around, was because Activision goes through really highs and lows through the year with their stock. So at one point, usually in the fall, they're really high, and then April, they're low. They are low. And there is a lot of people always eyeing it. And because of the controversy that happened with Blizzard, it caused the low this year to be really low. So there were tantalizing rumors that PlayStation was going to buy out and do a hostile takeover of Activision, as in buy all the stocks, buy them all, so that they have control and decision making of what happens. The PlayStation is the board of directors. They are, and there was a thought that was a possibility. And if that happens, that means Sony would own the rights to a plethora of games that Activision owns, but the active IPs being Crash, Spyro, Call of Duty, and everything that Blizzard owns. So there was that thought back in the day. This was a few months ago, back like when that debacle was happening. So will that happen again? It's possible. Is that bad? It's a mixed feeling. It's definitely mixed. Because that would mean that PlayStation would own, and they would own the biggest video game content-wise and money-wise in the industry, which is Call of Duty. No, they wouldn't own Sekiro. Sekiro is owned by FromSoft. Activision just published it. So, in my mind, this time last year I was at 20,000 subscribers. A little bit over. And now I've almost doubled. So, let's try to aim for 100,000 by 2021. There was an old rumor. Now that's old. That's old. Old. So they're not doing it right now. But there was rumors of there being interest and they were looking at it. Yo, as far as a meetup, how many of your fans are Canadian versus American? Majority American, but that's simply because the population of Canada, all of Canada can fit into Texas. So, yeah. Canada doesn't have a high population. I think Canada has 38 million and Texas has 36 million. Something along the lines of that, and we have a bigger landmass in America. So I think there's going to be more American fans, but I also have a large following in Australia. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. I have no idea why I have such a large following in Australia. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't mind it, but it's America, Australia, Canada, and then the UK. Wait, hold on, let me check. I can actually tell you right now. I can tell you, as of now, what my largest demographic is. Hold on, let's see here. Let me go to my studio. I'll be able to tell you in a second. Hey, Crash Hero donating $1 to Super Chat. No comment, but I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, analytics. Let's go with a lifetime, and let's look at the audience. So, okay, no, things have changed. Ooh, how the tables have turned. So in my lifetime, all of my lifetime, my largest audience is the United States. Yeah, that makes sense, you know. That makes sense. Followed by the United Kingdom. 11.2%. So 35.9% is United States. 11.2% is United Kingdom. Then the third place, 3.9%, is Australia. Followed by 3.8% Canada. And then tied for 3.8% is Mexico. I never would have thought. Okay, now let's try for just the month of December. So that was my lifetime. Almost the same stats. In the United States, for the month of December, my top audience is United States for 35.8%, followed by the United Kingdom, which is 12.5%, followed by Australia for 4.1%, then Canada for 3.8%, and then by Italy. What the heck? Aw, King Donnie Yoshi, I'm so happy. Thank you. That's so sweet. Canada could fit its entire population within the city of Tokyo. Yeah, Canada isn't very big population wise because 3/4 of Canada is just ice. No joke. Permafrost. What do you think about THQ Nordic? That they have a bunch of really popular rights for games? That's huge. So anyway, guys, that's all the time I have for today. Thank you so much for tuning in with me, bringing in the new year. There's the last bit of wine, non-alcoholic, that smells like sweaty male privates. Taste is like Welch's Light. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you so much for ringing in the new year. And let us, new decade, new year. Hey, Games Boner, Pony Stampede. Hey! I'm sorry, Games Boner. I'm ending the stream. I am ending the stream, but I appreciate you stopping by with the raid. I appreciate it. Games Boner, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I appreciate the raid. I will be streaming. Today's Wednesday. Technically, I'll be streaming on Thursday, Friday. So, hope to see you there. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I enjoyed bringing in the new year with you guys. I cannot wait to be able to have a better year with you on Twitch, YouTube, and everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next live stream and or video. All right, time for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye!